Stuff, you go to Good Things Utah.
But they're the ones who picked up the press release. We just put it out, and all of a sudden I got all these phone calls saying we want to do a story. So it made the Utah Heart of Utah story. Okay, so next up, we will have the amazing networking.
Sorry, there's somebody who's going to come that needs help in, so
Oh.
she's supposed to text me.
Okay,
And
so
so
we're watching for that.
I'm speaking, yeah.
And I can run out if you tell me. Okay, all right, so next up is, let's give a big round of applause for Shanna Beeman.
I am not as lucky as Mike. I do want to talk though a little bit about free publicity. When I published my first book back in 2011, I didn't know how to market it. I just wanted to help women be able to, I wanted them to have access, a reference book, some information on to help them follow their passions, because what I found in Utah, a lot of women don't follow their passions because they're so busy raising big families and being married and taking care of their husband who works all day. And, you know, even though they're working all day at home raising families, and I just thought, how can I get the word out that would be inexpensive for women to be able to learn how to build a goal and why goals are so important, that kind of stuff. So I'm just not as lucky, and I had to look into how to get free publicity. So there are things that you can do. I've actually done seminars on it. You guys can reach out to me anytime you want to. I have business cards in the other room. Feel free to reach out to me, but there are all kinds of resources where you can write in. You need to give. You know, you can't just be advertising the product. You need to give a story. You need to make it worthwhile for their audience to listen. So to give good information. There are all kinds of podcasts, news agencies. We're going to talk about columns later. Boyd, that's how I kind of met up with Boyd years and years ago. Was his wife has a what's it called? The Chronicle
Journals.
Journals.
It's
just called
the
Journals.
South Valley Journals.
Yeah.
You know, all the different ones that are here in the valley.
And so you can write a column, and then your name is on the bottom, and so people look you up, or you can put your name and your company name. So there are ways that you can get your name out there. I was on Salt Lake City, the Salt Lake City magazine. They had an article on me when I first published that book. So there are ways to get your name out there. And I'm happy to talk to you guys about it later, but that's not.
Most every neighborhood has a local newspaper.
Right.
And if you pick up that and you see that people who are writing articles, call them.
Yeah.
And they are happy to do interviews because it helps them write the articles.
Right. They're always looking for stuff to fill their journals and stuff with. There's one thing that is called radioguestlist.com, I believe it's called. You can sign up for that. It's free, and then you can submit, like if someone is wanting to interview someone regarding a specific topic. So you can reach out to them. You know, you have to submit it. You might have to submit 10 to get one interview. You have to submit 100, like Mike said. He tried to get his books published and has a box full of letters. So self-publishing is the way to go if you're not getting published. I know Bridget, she's published. You don't self-publish, she publishes through a publisher, right? You do both. Wow, okay, perfect. So she'll talk more about that. It's just the way that you want to go, what best fits you. And hello, virtual people.
Sorry, I forgot to turn the camera on.
That's good. Don't make it to me now. So anyway, we do have some people who are joining us via Zoom, so that's really fun, and that's why we have the camera going. It's being recorded, so that's really fun. I did want to just call out, because this is dear to me, is the reason that we can do a lot of the things that we do is for all the people who serve our country. We do have somebody in this room that actually serves our city or our county as well. And so I would just love to show by a raise of hands, anybody who is who served our country or has been in the military to please stand, and I'd like to give you guys an applause. Come on. For me, that's what allows us to do the things that we have and have the freedoms we have. So I love that. And if any of you on virtual did that, thank you so much. We are doing a raffle. We've got to put out raffle tickets. I do have raffle tickets. We're going to be giving away some of the goods that we have up here. So that will be fun. We'll do that right before the panel. So there are breaks built in. We're bringing lunch in, and then we'll do the panel very last. We'll do the raffle right before the panel starts. I did want to talk to you really quick before I go into self-publishing. Is one of the things that really stops a lot of us from writing our books. I was working full-time, and I still do, but I was working full-time and I was raising 2 children, and I didn't really have a lot of time. So I wanted to write a book, but I didn't know when I was going to write that book. So I had to sit down and follow the plan that I teach. And so finding your discretionary time, look at your calendar, find your discretionary time, write it down. If you're a late night person, make that time after people go to bed. If you're an early bird, which I am, I would get up at 4, and I would, every morning when you'd wake up, you'd be like, is this going to take me further away, closer to my goal, or further away from my goal? If I get up or if I don't get up. So every morning I would just know I had to get up if I wanted to get closer to my goal. So get up, and I would get up and I would write in the morning. And that was the only way for me to be able to get my book done. Also, you need to have people believe in you. So I shouldn't tell the story, but I'm going to tell it anyway. So my husband said, no one will buy your book because you don't have a PhD, right? So so he wasn't being mean. He was just being honest. He's just a very honest person. He didn't say it mean or anything like that. And I said, they will. And so I did it. And at the end, when I got close to the end of it, he really started supporting me and started cheering me on. And so it was quite the accomplishment, but don't let people tell you that you can't do something. Don't let people tell you that your book won't sell, or your game, or whatever it is that you want to do. Go after your dreams, go after your goals. And even if you don't sell any, you did it. Like, you can hold that up with pride and say, I published a book, I'm an author. So make sure that you're following your dreams and your passions, and make that time to do it. Even if it's a lunch at work. I know sometimes some of us work, I know I'm one of those people that I work through my lunch, but I'm trying to get better. You can even take that time to do it. Take a half an hour and just write in a journal or type something out. But anyway, follow your passions. Make sure that you make this happen. That's what this is all about, to inspire and give information. I think that's it. So I'm going to do the PowerPoint. Hey, this was so hard to become an author. It used to be so hard to become an author because you had a typewriter. There was no autocorrect. There was no save. You had papers, and you had to start a book basically from the top to the bottom, and you had to write that book. Now we can go in and we can actually create a framework, right? We can say, this is what I want in my book. Here's what I want these are the chapters that I want. And so you can kind of just like frame out your book even before you write your book, so you have an idea of how you're going to do it. I think back then it probably would have been a lot harder. So now we have print on demand, we have computers, we have spell check, we have all kinds of things that we didn't have before. So I am glad that I didn't try to write a book when all I had was that typewriter. So self-publishing. I'm going to talk about KDP publishing. That's how I did my books. I don't have it. Will you go to the next screen?
Yeah, I'm trying to. It doesn't want to.
I'm going to show some screen.
There you go.
That'll work. Okay, perfect. So I just did screenshots for this PowerPoint because I just want to show you guys how simple KDP is. I'm sure that there are plenty of other places to self-publish. This is what I've used, and it gives you all the tools, all of the information, and it literally walks you through publishing your book. So you'll go on to KDP Publishing or KDP.com, KDP.amazon.com. K like King, D like David, and P for publishing. So it's kdp.amazon.com, and I have some links on my last screen that will give you some more resources. So this one, what you're going to do here, and I'm just going to walk you through it. You're going to hit create, and then when you hit create, this is what I've already, my books are down there that I've published. So will you scroll up to the next one? Once you hit create, you're going to get these choices. They even now do hardback books, which they didn't used to do. So if you want to do a Kindle ebook, you can just do an ebook. You don't even ever have to publish and try to sell. You can just do an ebook right on there. You can do 15 books for 99 cents each, and push those little pamphlets. There's all kinds of ways to make money on your books. You can create a paper book, which is what I've done. Their hardback is beta because it is still new. And then I don't know what those two are. I haven't used those before. So we go up to the next one. This is all on the same screen. Then if you click on create a book, which mine was the paperback, this is what it takes you to. And over here, I know it doesn't look very good, but you can actually go in here.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. And all of these are hyperlinks, and they literally give you step-by-step instructions for everything. Like you can choose how big you want your book. You can choose the type of paper you want for your book, the color you want for your paper. You can choose everything.
Font style, font
Yep.
size, everything.
Everything. It's just really neat. So it talks about bleed, trims, margins. It'll walk you through everything. So we go up. So once you decide, like that's just information. I clicked on that so you can see that you have information. But once you click on create a book, the first thing you're going to get is, hey, what language are you going to write this book in? So English, of course, for us. The book title, I just made a fake one. So training on KDP. So you put your book title here and a subtitle. So like my book is, and this is one of my proofs, because I brought these to show you guys how they'll send you proofs. On Ramp to Your Future, and then my subtitle is A Teen's Guide to Success. So that's what I put in there when I created mine. And then the series, this is not required, but if you have a series like of books, then you would use that part. Okay, next one, please. All right, and then keywords. So these are keywords that are going to describe your book. And so when Amazon actually, or KDP actually approves your book, this is how people are going to be able to find it on Amazon. And you don't have to publish it on Amazon, but why not? It's there. It's no sweat off your back, a little bit of extra money in your bank account. But you can put all of your keywords there that people will search for to help pull up your book. Categories, I just grabbed two. You'll do a drop down and you choose the category. So is it fiction? Is it nonfiction? So I just grabbed two just to say nonfiction, self-help dreams. And then the second one is juvenile, nonfiction, general. So those are also searched. Those will also help in the searches. Adult content, that means
Is it only for adults?
yeah, is it only for adults? Is it risque? Then you'd want to say, yes, it does have adult content. Mine is no, because it's pretty wholesome. Training on, and then for the ISBN. So I want to talk about ISBNs. ISBNs are the barcode on your back. On this one, I only have the ISBN. On my other book, I actually do have a barcode. If you're gonna sell it in stores, you need to have both. You need to have the ISBN along with the barcode, unless somebody will actually, put their own UPC or something on it to sell, and it would be a UPC instead of an ISBN. So ISBN is specifically for books. Anyway, the KDP will actually assign an ISBN to if you wanted them to. I bought my own, so I'll talk about that more at the end, because then you own the ISBN. If you don't buy yours and you use theirs, it's their ISBN. So if you're self-publishing and you want everything to be yours, you want to buy your
You
ISBN.
can't move it to another public or another distribution company if you do
Right.
that.
Right.
So like Barnes and Noble.
Mhm.
So buy your own and then you can go to anywhere.
How much is that to buy that?
They're $125, I think, for one, right? And you can buy a package of 10. When I bought my package of 10, it was $250. I think it's now $320 or something, right?
It's less than that.
It's less than that.
Where did they buy them?
Online.
At My Identifiers or?
I'll double check and I'll let you know where you're at.
Yeah, that would be great because I'm going to give you the website where I bought mine, and I bought mine in 2011 when I published my first book.
No, it has
So I
dropped
only
since
used
then.
2. Yeah, and I think I paid $250 for 10 back then.
Because it was 200 4 years ago, and I knew that it had dropped even from there.
Oh, so dropping down, so maybe it's 125 for 10 then.
Yeah, I
don't
heard
know.
150 for 10, but 125, I'll go with that.
Yeah, whatever it is. Anyway, it's not that expensive, and you can just buy one. But if you want control of your book, and self-publishers generally do, I would definitely buy your own. The only time that you might want to use one of theirs is if you're going to do a pamphlet and you're just going to sell it through Amazon. And you don't care, you're never going to print them out.
Someone mentioned a website and I didn't get it written down. Like
She was looking it up.
identify.com or
She's-
she was saying
My Identifiers,
my identifiers.
yeah. And so I have that at the end of this, and I can send out all the PowerPoints as long as the presenter gives me authorization to, but I'll send out mine, and it does have some references on it. Oh, you're welcome. And so Bridget will let me know if there's a different one, but maybe it is My Identifiers and it's just less now. I didn't really look very well.
Somehow we can do for some publishing $55 for one.
Yeah,
So but you just have to watch, just like you said,
Is that with the barcode too?
with the barcode too.
So that is a really great price. So it's very inexpensive. And then you'll also, if you decide, but I did my first book, I just haven't done this one yet. You want a copyright too, and I have a website also at the bottom of this where you can send it in and get it registered with the Library of Congress.
yes.
So yeah, so I have that website as well. And you have to know that these websites, when you go to these, they're all really helpful. It's not hard to find information on publishing a book. So don't let that fear stop you from following your dreams. Just go and do it. It's really simple. I mean, they walk you right
And
through
if you
it.
find that this is hard, there are some local publishers here in Utah you can talk to, and they'll walk you through everything. And it's a good thing. I mean, KDP is a great one, but there's also some others. KDP is cheaper than some of the ones here,
Mhm.
but the others are here. And if you need one-on-one help, that's going to be KDP has no one who's going to,
No,
they'll answer
right,
your emails,
right.
but that's about it.
So this is what I've used. There are a lot of other resources. And so that's one of the things, when we do the panel, there may be some people who can give more information, or all of our breakouts and our breaks, all of the presenters are going to be available for you to ask questions to one-on-one. So please meet everybody who's presenting and find out what they do, because they can help you. Okay, and so then you have your publication date, which is optional, and then your print options. And so in order for me to get to some of this, I had to just put in some fake stuff. But so your print options, black and white, or black and white in with green paper, some paper, and this one's with white paper, oh, cream paper, white paper, standard color, so they'll do color interior too, so they can do almost everything.
Let's see if I can make this a little larger. Of course, then the thing goes over the top of it.
That's okay. Go ahead and, will you scroll up a little bit?
To the next one.
I'll send this out to everybody. It's really simple, but if you go on there and you do create, you'll literally walk you through these exact screen prints. So this is your trim sizes where you get to check. You get to choose what size of book you want. Make sure that when you're editing, maybe Hannah will talk a little bit about that, right? Size and stuff, margin.
I don't format, no.
You won't do any of that. There is information in Amazon that you can find where it will actually talk to you about your margins and your gutter and all that kind of stuff. And it really seriously is all explanatory. You won't be, how close am I? I'm good.
You have this thing.
It will walk you through everything. So if you don't know what trim means or how much or what bleed means, it'll take you through that process.
If you want to just hand it off Fiverr,
Uh-huh.
ask people who are totally trained and can do all the formatting for you.
Oh,
If
yeah.
anyone wants to do formatting on this planet other than working on Fiverr. So,
That is a great idea. So this is Heidi. Heidi was not here when we did all of our introductions. Heidi will be presenting at the end of the day. So Fiverr,
it's double R.
Fiv,
RR.com.
yes, and so you can do it.
There's also a software called Vellum.
What's it called?
Vellum.
Vellum,
Vellum's pretty good.
LLUM.
Vellum. So that's another one. So I'm just telling
It automatically shows you
and
what your
sets it up.
book is going to look like on paperback, ebook. And
Perfect.
so you can format it.
So that's another self-publishing tool. Thank you for
And
that.
there's actually one on KDP now. that you
Yeah,
can
this one
download.
actually does the book cover and it does show you all that. It depends on what you want to use though. If you're not going to use KDP, that would be a great
Yeah.
resource. Okay, and then manuscript. So here's where you're gonna upload your manuscript. So it's funny because this is all I had. I used Word and that's what I used for my first book. So that's what I used for my second book because I know how to use it. But it was a challenge. Like you have to know how to use gutters and margins and, you know, it is a challenge. If you can use a book publishing, like probably Vellum or something along those lines,
Pretty good.
it would be probably a lot easier than my struggles, but I did it. And then here's your book cover. So what you can do is they actually have formats that you can use and you can pick and choose. Like they have all kinds of designs that you can use and then you can drop pictures and stuff in there. What I did on both of mine is I purchased pictures and I used those pictures. So on my first one, I purchased pictures. On this one, I purchased pictures. I purchased a picture and then I had my daughter do some formatting because I didn't really like the picture. I just liked the concept. So after you do your cover, and it will walk you through it. I don't have any examples because I can't get that far into it without doing an actual book. Then you do your cover and then you do the launch previewer. The launch previewer takes just like 5 or 10 minutes for it to create your preview. And it's probably like the same thing as Vellum. And then you can see what your book looks like inside and outside. So it's pretty cool. And then you save and continue. And then once you save and continue and you save your book, if you like the way that it looks and you like the way the preview looks, then it takes like a day for KDP to send you an email to say, your book is available to buy a proof. And then you can buy the proof. And the proof is pretty cheap. I think these were like $2.50 and then you pay shipping. So at $6 or something for the total. I got my first proof on this one and it was too light. It doesn't look good. My margins, of course, because I use Word, it just wasn't quite right. And so I set it back up, changed my gutter, did a few things, redid the coloring on the cover and made it just a little bit brighter and stuff. And these show that they're the proof. So this was the second one that I got. I made the road a little bit darker and it just makes it look a little bit more attractive. And my margins, I fixed my margins. And so the second book that I got was perfect. It's everything that I wanted. So I ordered some and you can, so a book like this on Amazon will cost you with shipping and everything about just under $4.
Everything
That's everything.
from the time you start.
Pretty much, except for the cost of, if you buy your own ISBN. So yeah, if I go on now to order, yeah, because this is all free. Everything here is free unless you buy your ISBN. Yep, everything is free. And then these are all print on demand. So if someone buys it, you put it on there for $19.99 or $24.95 or whatever it is that you want to sell your book for. And of course, the cost is different for how many pages you have, size, what kind of paper you use, if it's color, if it's black and white. But if you're just doing a standard book like this, yeah, it'd be under $4, and then you can market them on your own. Stores, if you have the pricing.
So would you buy your ISBN first so you can get it on that book?
Yes, you definitely want to have it.
Setting it up, you would put it in.
Yep.
Okay.
So when in the very beginning, one of the questions is, what is your ISBN number? So you can either say, get one, which would be an Amazon one, or it'll have you put it in. So you just put the number in and it creates the barcode for you. Or it creates, this isn't the price barcode, but it's the ISBN barcode. On my next ones, I'll probably go in and put a barcode on. I didn't even think about doing it on this one. So yeah, if you want to sell them in stores, you definitely want to have the price on it and a barcode.
Depends on the store, because most bookstores use the ISBN.
Do they? And they're not requiring the
Wouldn't
barcode?
mind.
They still want work.
Do
They bought the
Okay.
barcode for the pricing. So you just have to decide how you're going to market it, what you want to do with it, so that you know what to put on there. And because I had my own barcode, when you create the cover, it doesn't show it before you hit save, but it will show it when the preview comes up. It'll show the barcode. It'll automatically put it on because it has the number and knows what it is. So
So don't put words where you're gonna have that book.
yeah,
Someone the other day in the
Yeah.
bookstore that way.
that's so funny. I think on theirs, they actually put like a fake one, if I remember right, so that not to write over the top of it. On this one, I had my whole thing laid out, so I just uploaded it. And I had my daughter set it all up for me, and I just uploaded it and wrote the back and then published it. You can do it a couple different ways where you can just use their pictures, or you can even just pull in one small picture and use one of their formats. They have all kinds of really great ideas to make it look like a book. And then you could just put like a small picture on there with your titles and stuff.
You definitely, if you're gonna sell them in stores, you definitely want to have a spine, you want to have the name. on the
Yes.
spine.
A spine.
Yeah, you don't,
And KDP will not print a spine unless it's over 100 pages long.
Okay, I didn't know that because all of mine have been over 100.
Yeah.
So just make sure that you have a spine, then that's a good thing to know. So if you're writing a 30-page book, you're probably not going to be able to.
yeah, my little
put it-
pamphlet thing, it's kind of good and bad, but you have to have a store that's gonna put it so that they're facing.
Facing
front.
forward, yeah.
Okay,
So that means that you gotta be able to sell a lot, but if it doesn't have most books on a shelf will be.
Just the spine is all.
spines, so it's-
okay. So maybe the last 50 pages of your 51-page book can just be blank for notes. I don't know.
That's a good idea.
I don't think they'll let you do more than 10 pages, but yeah.
Coloring
So-
part, the coloring.
Coloring, yes,
It's lines for notes.
that's it, lines, there you go.
So, okay, let's go up a little bit more. I don't remember what else I have on here. Oh, that was just, I think that's what
You were
mine looked
showing the-
like.
Cover.
So you can see that my cover was uploaded successfully. I was able to go back in and at least grab this screenshot, and you can see, this one looks like it has a barcode on it. They're actually showing that it has a barcode, but I didn't put the number in, that's why it didn't print with one. And then the launch previewer, that's just again the same thing. Okay, so I just want to give you these, and I will send this out, but kdp.amazon, that's for self-publishing. Myidentifiers.com, that's where I purchase my ISBNs, and they now also have barcodes, or maybe they did back then too, but I purchased everything a long time ago. And then Bowker.com, if you go there, it is a great resource for authors. Like, there's so much information on that website, and it's a very easy website to use. And
You
then
can get your barcodes there too.
Bowker,
Yeah.
BOWKER.com.
You can get your barcodes and stuff there.
Oh, yeah.
ISBN.
Yeah, My Identifiers actually works with Bowker. Like, when you go into My Identifiers, you'll see Bowker's name everywhere. But the Bowker.com is just like a website full of information for authors. And then this eco.copyright.gov, that is where you can actually copyright your book. And they will send you a certificate. I can't remember how long it takes to get it, but it takes a while. But then your book is copywritten if you decide that you want to go that far. And I think it's pretty inexpensive. Bridget, do you know how much that is? Okay, I can't remember because it was a long time ago when I did mine. And I haven't done this book yet. And that is my presentation. So does anybody have any questions or anything more you would like me to share? I know quite a bit, but I don't know what you're wanting.
How can you tell if you, I have an existing digital book, right? And how do I know if I have a,
ISBN.
yeah. How do you know?
Where did you
I
publish
got
it?
from Amazon or?
Not talking about my skin for like, some digital,
Okay.
Yeah.
then it, you know, especially if it's, yeah, now they would require it, but.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat that just for the people who are on virtual. The question was, how do I know if my digital book has an ISBN number? So you don't need an ISBN number for a digital book if you prefer not to have one. I think if it's marketed on Amazon, though, they would require one if it's digital, right?
I think they do their ISBN on Amazon.
Okay,
right?
so it's the free
that
one.
they would own, it's the free one that they would own
Perfect.
versus the
If-
one that you would own.
Okay. So you can put one on there that you like, or you can just use their free one and purchase and publish a digital copy.
What are the advantages of letting Amazon print your book versus printing somewhere else? Because like in my experience with self-published Amazon books, if I'm going to be frank, this is of no disrespect to you. I haven't looked at your book, I haven't touched your book.
Yeah.
But in my experience touching self-published books on Amazon, I have never been impressed with the binding. I have never been impressed with the texture of the book. I just don't like the books they produce physically.
Okay.
From a physical standpoint.
I think that's just a personal choice or ease of use, right? For me, it was easy because I didn't have anyone guiding me. I didn't have the funds or the time. I did it all on my own at 4 o'clock in the morning. So that's why I publish on Amazon. I'm happy with the books. They may not be everything that another publisher may do. I will tell you that my first book, I actually took down to a little place in Spanish Fork and I had them create my book for me, and it was spiral bound. And it was really neat. And I only got 10 of them because they were so expensive to get done. But it's my favorite book. I kept one. And it's actually my favorite book. And not because of how the texture is, but I just love the spiral bound book because it is a guide. I don't have it out. Yeah, this one. So this is my first book. And Sherry, you probably remember
I think I have one of the spiral
the
bands.
spiral bound. Keep that. It's a treasure. Anyway, because this book is like a guide, it's not really, you're not going to sit down and just read this book and it's not a novel. It's literally, I made it simple for women. I said, okay, I want a mom to be able to sit down, open it up and not feel overwhelmed because it's 8-point font and it's 200 pages. And so it's really simple. It has forms in it. Everything is bullet pointed, so you can just go and reference things and, you know, ways to find time, motivation, changing your habits, visualization, you know, how does that work? So it's just really a simple, easy book, and I love it. Like, I'll never forget. I went to, I think I was in Barnes and Noble, and there was a book that, I'm not kidding you, it was probably like 300 pages. And you open it up, tiny writing, and the title of the book was How to Stop Procrastinating. Like, seriously, when are you going to read that book? And I'll never forget. I wish I would have taken a picture of it because I just couldn't believe that it was out there. So, yes.
Have you found more success with books that are engaging and where people are reading and doing something that's a how-to guide compared to a inspirational story? Have you done both?
I haven't done both.
Okay. So yours are how-to guides.
Right. So I'm not a storyteller at all. I'm that literal, boring person that takes everything literally. And so that's something probably that some of the other authors like Bridget could tell you, because she writes books. Like mine are nonfiction. They're very simple. Sometimes I think to myself, am I really an author? But I am, because I created a book, right? So that makes me an author.
And
And
somebody bought it.
You specialize
Yeah.
in the niche.
Yeah.
yes, and that's what I do. That's what I teach. Like, I teach goal setting. I love that stuff. I love following your dreams and your passions, and I love being a part of someone else's success. I love that. And then my teen one is all about teen success. And the reason I wrote that is because I was mentoring at the university, Utah Valley University, in the leadership program down there. And I did it for 2 years, and I had a different group each year. And the second year that I was doing it, I had 2 boys, or men, I guess they are, in my group that I said, so what are you doing? What are you planning on doing? Where are you taking your career? And they didn't know. They were in college and taking their generals, and they didn't even know like what their next step was. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to help them. I'm going to write this book. And so it took me that long because I've just been so busy, but I finally got it done. And so it's a really great book for I would say from like 14 years old to maybe 20 years old, to just help you plan your life and help you decide what you want to do.
You know, spiral bound books are great when they are workbooks.
Right.
Okay, because you can set them up
And they're flat.
And study and do stuff with them. So,
Mhm.
and because they do cost more money to produce,
Yeah.
charge more money for them and just tell them why it's better.
And you can, and I love my spiral bound one, and I actually looked into getting my women's book done like that, and it is just very expensive, so you do have to charge more, and so I'm not a marketer, so.
There are some companies that are like, I've dealt with a company out of, I think it's Missouri, and they do spiral bound ones for less than $10
That's good to know.
for a good sized book. That it's pretty good.
So there you go. There's some spiral bound ideas. I know that you can bind your own as well, but I just, yeah. I took the easy way out because my life is so busy. But I know that it's helped a lot of people. Like, I've talked to tons of people, and that's my goal in life. I want people to be able to follow their passions and love life. And so that's where I am. Any other questions?
Just so you know, and not to embarrass you, but your aunts call you an author. Okay. So smart. She's written her own book.
I'm smart.
Yeah.
So thank you. So yes, my aunt came and my cousin. And so I always want to call her my niece because I'm so much older than her. But anyway, she's my cousin.
Yeah, I never told you that.
So, any other questions?
So I only write stories. I've never done like self-help and that
Okay.
sort of thing. So I'm curious, how did you go about drafting what was your writing process for your work?
Okay,
Besides
so,
waking up at 4 in the morning.
okay, so my writing process was, I knew the points that I wanted to hit on my book. My chapters in my women's book are very short, like they are anywhere from 2 pages to maybe 5 pages long, very short. I knew the points I wanted. I knew like the goal setting process. So what I did is I started out and I said, okay, what's every point I want to hit on? And I just wrote it down, and I wrote it down in the order that it should be done. And in the end, I did change some of the chapters in the back, like their what order they were in. But the front of the book was really simple for me because I knew exactly the chapters I wanted to write. So that's how I did it. I just made a framework of exactly what I wanted to write about.
I'm older than dirt, and we used to call that.
I tried to like not say that, but put a blur box. Okay, so next up, can you guys hear back there okay? You want to move up? There's seats if you can't hear. Okay. All right, so next up we have our in-house editor, the amazing Hannah Lyon.
Make sure I say hi to everybody. Okay, so my name is Hannah Lyon, and I love to be able to help editors authors get the best version of their story out there. And I know that people who have published have worked with other editors. Some of them have had good experiences, some of them haven't. And other people who haven't published yet are still getting through their first draft. The idea of editing is pretty scary. So I wanted to let you know that today you're in the perfect place, no matter what part in that writing process you're in. And I do have a PowerPoint that I would love to share.
What was the name on it? I've got 4 PowerPoints.
It's called CLE.
Got it.
And
Give me a minute and I'll have it up.
okay, so how many people here are writing fiction? Awesome. Okay, how about nonfiction? Writing different memoirs, self-help, those kind of things. Okay, perfect. Wow, it's really great to be able to see different, or people who do both too. There's also that. I wanted to let you know that what I do really covers both genres. I'm able to work with children's authors. I love to be able to work with people who are doing memoirs, autobiographies, also different workbooks, different technical manuals, sales manuals, fantasy books, fantasy trilogies. I've been able to meet rock stars because of the writing that I do. I've been able to connect with artists who are working on multi-million-dollar world-changing projects on the other side of the world. And it's all because I've been able to show people that their story, their word, what they have to share through writing something down is powerful. And there's value in that message. And if you don't take anything else away from today, if you're not worried about publishing yet, if you're trying to figure all of this stuff out today, I want you to know that every person here has a message that they can share. And I think, personally, the most vulnerable way that you can share your story, regardless of genre, and the most authentic way you can do that is through writing. So something that is interesting about editors is it's actually very unique for me to be back here and talking to you today, because editors are people who are behind books. They don't stand in front of people and talk about what they do. We let our work speak for itself. We don't have people come up to us at bookstores or at conferences and say, oh my gosh, I just loved the editing you did on Will Smith's book. That made the biggest difference for him. He is so lucky to have you.
The big slap.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody says that. If you're lucky, by obligation, they'll put your name at the end of the book. So when I work with authors, I usually tell them that we're kind of the hidden backbone of what you do. We're somebody who you are able to trust to get your ideas of what you have all the way into something that you're proud to publish, that is polished enough to print, that you are happy with. And there are people who can help you with formatting and those kind of things along the way too. But I wanted to be able to take an opportunity to stand here and talk to you for a minute about me, just because it is so rare to have an editor stand in front of a group of people and say, this is who I am. Because even though I work with every genre, a lot of the people that have come to me and I've been honored to work with are writing their life stories. And they are doing that because they're owning the power of their voice, which Bridget will talk to you about in a minute. And they are realizing that if I share the hardest things that have happened to me, they'll help somebody else. And that's one of the most beautiful ways to do that is through writing. So I ask them all the time, what's your story? And how can we capture that in the best way possible so it is a bestseller, so it gets to those people that it can help the most. But I want to tell you about me and my story for a minute. So I am a California girl. I come from the Bay Area. I spent junior high and high school in environments probably a little bit different than people here in Utah. In the lovely California school system, I got to experience a lot of gang violence, a lot of drug use. We had to have police officers on campus every day in golf carts, because it's an outdoor campus in California where you actually walk from building to building, kind of like college. And there needed to be police officers there. We couldn't even have lockers. It was an environment that a very self-conscious, introverted, very 15-year-old was terrified to be in, right? And high school in itself is scary enough without you having to worry, okay, what safe path can I take to get to my next class so that I can go learn about Shakespeare? How can I get somewhere so that because of my gender or the color of my skin or whatever it might be will get me to a place that I'm going to be okay? That was a question I never thought I had to ask myself. So once I got into that world, I had to figure out what my haven was, right? What I could do to keep myself safe, to keep myself sane. And for me, that was marching band. I was a certified band geek. I had my flute, I had my piccolo, I was out on the field at halftime, I had a feather in my hat. It was a very beautiful moment in my career as a teenager. So, and the reason that I found the haven in band was because I already loved music. And I love the idea of being able to express myself through music because my father raised me saying the best kind of music tells a story. And it's telling you a story about what that person went through. It's telling you a story that captures the time of a political meeting or a movement that was going on when that song was written. And I'm sure many people here know that you can express your story through song, you can express it through art, you can do it through writing. So I already had this love of storytelling through music. And my band teacher helped keep us safe. He was a place where only kids from band could go to so that we knew we would be okay on campus. And I was able to find a spot where I felt like I could be myself. And that is very rare for anybody who's 15 years old and doesn't know where to go or what to do. And so I was raised on hippie music and hobbits. That's how I learned to fall in love with the world, through storytelling and through writing. I created worlds in my mind so that I could be able to interpret and survive through this one. That is what I did. So once I got out of high school, I said, well, I want to learn how people do that, right? I knew I was an okay musician. I did a pretty rock and flute solo. But when it came to writing, I wanted to learn the inner workings of the writing world. I know it's got my senior class here on there, so you know exactly how old I am. But at the time that I was in high school, a lot of the Harry Potter books were coming out, and everyone was fascinated by the fact that this woman could go from being newly divorced, single mother, writing on a napkin, all the way to the immortal mother of Hogwarts. How do you do that, right? yeah, she had natural talent, she had this gift, but she didn't do it by herself. She had people help her, right? So she was able to find the right team who could get behind that art of storytelling to be able to help her get her ideas and get them into something that makes her live forever. Because that's what most artists want to do anyway. So we saw examples of people like J.K. Rowling who were able to do that, but I wanted to know how a normal person writing their memoir or somebody else who wanted to write a fantasy book could sit down and learn from somebody who had taken the time to want to be their partner in that storytelling process. So I learned all about what those secrets were. How do you sit down with an author and tell them how to make their book better, but not lose their voice? How do you tell them that there is a part of their life that's important or not important to share in their memoir? How do you tell them that the magic system they just built makes absolutely no sense? And nobody is going to understand that. So I was able to sit down and do that. And in the process, over the last 7 years, I worked with a lot of writers who have gone through multiple editors. So they find one editor who is going to pick apart every single sentence that they do. They take a hammer to their manuscript. It's just in pieces by the time they get it back. It's almost like a computer program is going through and just tearing apart everything, but you're paying a person to do that, right? So you're working with multiple editors. You're going through multiple phases. You have multiple bills, hours and hours and months going by. And by the end of it, they're still letting their book sit on a shelf. They're not proud of it. They're not happy with it. They can still find the occasional typo, or they really wish that somebody had looked it over a second time, or they went to print, because you make all the changes in the editing process, right? And you might have done something and you need somebody to look at it again. They're not as happy with their book as they should be. And I am lucky enough to work with Bridget and a lot of her authors, where our ultimate goal is to be able to give somebody something that's a legacy. It's a legacy project that will speak both to past generations and future ones and anyone you can help now, because everyone's words have that power. You can do that, but you need the right help to get there. So what I wanted to create for my writers and my authors was balance. So you have somebody who is looking at your book in a very nitpicky way. You need them to look at the sentence structure. You need them to look at the spelling. You need to know if your word choice, you're using that same thing 10 times in one page, but you can't see it because you wrote it. And you need to be able to make sure that somebody is making that more engaging than it should be. So that is one side of editing. A lot of people are looking at that, and that's very important. But there's also another side of editing where it's like, you get the validation for all of the work that you did, right? You took time away from your kids, from your job, from Netflix, whatever it was, to sit down and write the book. You got that down, and that in itself is an incredible accomplishment. So it's great to have somebody look at it and say, yeah, it's great. I loved it. It's like your mom reading it and looking at it and saying, honey, you did so good, but how does that help you, right? Where's something that's constructive, something that's going to help you grow as an artist and potentially reach those people that deserve to hear the message that you're sharing. So I wanted to be able to find that balance for people. And when I did that, I decided to call it comprehensive editing, which, wait for it. It's right there. I keep wanting to point it here when I should be pointing at your computer. Just really silly.
It should go from anywhere.
Okay, well.
Only has a 40-foot range. So.
That's that.
Yeah, good.
So comprehensive editing is what's unique and powerful for what I do at Castle Mind Editing, because I am able to do the balance, both sides of those editing processes. That's what my brain does for some reason. It's a gift I have. It's a skill that I've honed, and I have been able to tell my brain, okay, I can take care of all of the details that these people need to be able to make sure that everything in their book looks professional, but I'm also able to look at the flow of their story. Okay, where are you losing your reader? Where are you potentially needing to engage people more? Where do you have a plot hole that you don't see because you're managing every little bit of it in your brain and you need another set of eyes to look at that. So those kind of things always make me really happy to be able to find 4 people and show them in a way where they know that they have a partner that's working with them. They're not here to criticize them. They're not here to red pen everywhere all over the place. And I mean, I changed things to purple because I think that looks much more pleasing when you're looking at edits on your book. But for me, you need somebody, you deserve somebody that is going to know, no matter what you're writing, the words you're putting down are you. Your name is right there underneath all of them. And you want to be proud of what you have, and you want somebody to be able to tell you that without leaving you on the floor crying in a puddle because they tore apart your baby. So, yeah, exactly. So that is something that I wanted to make sure you were aware of. It's what I know is unique and powerful about what I'm able to do. And I wanted to give you an example of that, just so you know what it would look like. And I know everyone at some point in the writing process or creative process has had somebody say, okay, I need you to show me the story. Don't just tell it to me, show it to me. And then they don't tell you how to do that. You see, oh, you need to be more engaging. You need to actually bring me in. Okay, well, how do I do that? And I had permission from one of my authors to share a little bit of his writing. He is a best-selling author. We're working on his 2nd book right now. And he had the hardest time being able to tell me his story, let alone show it to me. So he had experienced a near-death experience at a very young age. He was only 3 years old. And he had a very hard time remembering and capturing what happened. And a lot of people in the NDE world have these kind of experiences when they're older, and he wanted to be able to show what it was like from a child's eyes to be able to do that. So I told him, okay, the difference you're looking at here, if you're telling somebody a story, you're just going to passively speak it to them. That makes sense. If you're showing somebody a story, you're actually actively engaging them. You're able to tell them what you were thinking. You're able to tell them what you were feeling, because the reader always wants to be in your head and in your heart and in your shoes. How many of you have sat up until 4 o'clock in the morning, even though the next day you had work, because you couldn't put a book down, right? It's so, Bridget. It was so good. You had to be up for a 6 a.m. meeting, but before you knew it, you read 250 pages and the book was over, and you want there to be another one, and you didn't even realize that's because they're actively showing you a story. And there's also the other side of the spectrum too, right? Where someone might be using passive language and just telling you, oh, this happened when I was 8, this happened when I was 14, and this is where I'm going to end the story at 35 because that's just as far as I want to write this book. And it's like you're reading their journal, and it's very simple, and it's very passive. And I'm sure you've read books like that where they sit on your coffee table for a while. They don't come with you on vacation. You don't read them on the plane. You don't read them on the beach. You don't read them after you get your kids to bed, because they're not worth the little bit of time that you have to dedicate to them. So that is something that a good editor will be able to show you how to do in your writing. So my author, he wrote a little bit about one of his mentors that he wanted to go and see. So he told me, okay, there's this really incredible guy. I was going for a run one morning. It was raining. I wanted to go and see him. And then I cleaned up and I went. He was great. I said, okay, well, what time of year were you running? Were you stepping in any puddles? Could you see your breath coming out of your mouth? Were you thinking, oh, I only have about 10 more minutes and then I need to go and make sure that I'm able to dry off and clean up and get down to this, where this person is speaking? Tell me what he looked like. What does his voice sound like? You know, what kind of stuff does he wear? Where does he live? You know, none of that is here. You know what he's doing because he just told you, but you have no idea what it was like to be there, what it was like to feel what he was experiencing because you're not showing it to him. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Okay. So you'll notice that when you're telling a story, it's a little bit smaller than when you're actively showing a story to somebody. There's a lot more words, there's a lot more work that goes into being able to do that active storytelling. So obviously, if you're writing a book, you can't show every minute of every hour of every day, right? You can't publish a book that's 1,000,000 pages long. You can't show every minute of your life. You can't show every time your fantasy hero goes out to eat or drink, go to the bathroom. All that stuff is not important. You show actively the most engaging parts of your story, the turning points of your life, the moments that challenge your hero the most. These are all things that you show people. And then you can sit down and just tell me about other things. Okay, you have your montage, and then you have the moment where you actually are slowed down, and 1 minute takes an hour for you to be able to see. There's these different ways that you can capture what's most important in your story. So I wanted to share that with you today because I've worked with a lot of editors. I learned from a lot of editors. I was taught by a lot of them who just said, this isn't that great, it's passive. I need you to show it to me. And that's all they said. They wrote that note on the side of my manuscript, my baby, that I sat there and painstakingly wrote on and said, Hannah, you were probably tired when you wrote this. So think right now it's garbage, but you can make it better if you just show it to me. Okay, that's great. How do I do that? So I wrote this out as a suggestion on my author's manuscript. And he said, okay, I like that, but this is not a word I would use. And he would take that out and he would put it and say, okay, this is me. This sounds like me. And that's what I like to cover in that comprehensive editing, is the fact that you always have your voice in your book by the end of it. I'm not offended if you take part of my editing and say, I don't like that. It doesn't work for me. Or I tell you, okay, I think this piece should be cut because it's not moving your story along. You say, no, but it's important because this and this. And I say, okay, let's keep it. I'm never going to step across the line to have somebody tell somebody who they should or should not be when they're expressing themselves as an artist. And I have seen a lot of people do that. A lot of them are in the traditional publishing world because they are taught that this sells in this genre at this time, at this way. And if you can't make your author do that, they're not worth our time or our money to publish. So I wanted to be able to show you that that's not something that's very important to me. What's important to me is making sure that that book for you lasts, that it doesn't collect any dust. It's something that you're always carrying around in the trunk of your car because you might have somebody who wants a copy of it, right? So that's what I like to be able to do. I work with authors in different genres, and when they come to me with the first draft or even just an idea, they're usually scratching the surface because they haven't been taught how to, go deeper in their writing, or what they're writing is painful and difficult and they don't want to go deeper in their writing, right? That's something that a lot of people struggle with. And if you have an editor on your team who is willing to sit with you and have you dive deep into your book, I promise that it's something that is going to reach the right people. I feel confident promising that to everybody here. And there's a reason why I have Castle Line editing on here. It's not just because I love books with castles and dragons and magic and love stories and all of this beautiful stuff that just speaks to my soul in particular. But a book and the metaphor of a castle kind of go together. And that has a lot to do with how you're laying that foundation. Who are you writing it for? What is your message? And how can that be as clear as possible as you move forward with somebody who's going to polish that book with you? You have to make sure that you're taking the right steps with someone who isn't going to tear it apart. And then you don't just have a story, you have something that is a life-changing journey for the people who are reading it. And that's ultimately what you want. You want your book in their brain after you put it down. They want to think about you when they least expect it, because your story will speak to their lives. They're going to relate to different levels of it, or the different levels of your hero and the challenges that he or she is going through. So I just love what I do. I have a 3-year-old at home and I have a 9-month-old at home, and I'm so happy to be here with you guys today. I could say that because I do work at home with them. I worked at home with my kids before it was cool, before it was necessary. And I love every minute of that because I get to show my children, I get to show my husband how important stories are to this world, and how having the right people to help you work on them and make them the best form possible before you publish them is just my passion that I love to be able to do. And that makes me so happy. So remember that your words have power. Remember that your writing is worth the time to take to do. And I really hope that I get the chance to work with each of you in the future. So that is me.
Give you a big endorsement, because everyone that is a writer, not everyone, that's a bold,
It is.
stupid statement, can't use that word. But most, a lot of
They
creative,
should.
a lot of creative people are not detail oriented.
Right. Yeah.
They need someone like, they need someone like you, they need someone like you to look at the details and also to, like you said, give the heart to it too. And I just think that your approach is just wonderful.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sorry. So I have a quick question about show versus don't tell. So I'm in a writing group. We meet every Sunday night.
Nice.
And I don't know if it's like just this, I had this one guy in my group who always was like, you're telling me you're not showing me because you used an ly verb. You said he said that angrily. Well, how was that angry? Was he stomping his feet? Was he jumping up and down?
Yeah.
And I have found in my writing, and I've gone through and I've taken criticism to heart, and I do both. Sometimes I'll be like, his face was red, and he had a vein right here, it looked like it was about to pop.
Right.
And sometimes I just say, he was angry as he said it.
Mhm.
So like, as an editor, I've been dying to ask an editor this question.
Yeah.
What is your opinion on ly verbs?
Well,
Like, is that too much telling versus showing? Are they okay to use? Like,
that's a great question, and I'm glad you asked, because it comes back to that thing of balance that I was talking about, right? Stephen King says that the road to hell is paved with adverbs, so he's not a fan of them personally. I adore him. He's an incredible man and an incredible author, but he rarely ever uses adverbs because he prefers body language. He likes to be able to show people in that way, but he's also written books that.
Yeah.
So it all depends on what your audience is. Is your audience going to sit down? Is your target audience, the reader you want captured, going to sit there and tolerate all the adverbs, every ly that you throw at them? Are they going to appreciate that and internalize that and be able to picture what you want in their mind through that? Or are they the kind of people that need to be shown actively what those kind of things look like?
okay, I'm not Mr. Hugo, so I think I'm good.
Yeah, I think so. Yes. And when you work with an editor too, and you tell them that, you say, okay, this is what I prefer. I like to be able to just describe things, or I'd rather just find the adverb that fits and then I only have to cover it in one word. And you tell them that, and they'll look at that, at what you're doing and say, okay, but you can't have 35 of them on one page. We're gonna have to cut out half of those, and we're gonna have to just put in some kind of body language, right? So I think it's just making sure that you have that balance, that whichever way you choose isn't too repetitive, too singular, and you'll be in good shape.
I'm talking about you Sunday night.
Sweet. Give them my contact info, say if they feel differently, you can talk to me.
Pretty sure you should just hire her and say, I talked to my
Yeah.
What is your process for keeping the author's voice true?
For me, it has to do with a lot of talking to the author, not just reading what they write. So I take the time to listen to what they write down, and then I take the time to read it visually, and then I will talk to them about it. And I'll ask them a lot of questions, a lot of clarifying questions. That will help a lot because while they're answering, whether it is on email or phone or whatever it might be, I'm hearing their voice at the same time. So I think, okay, their sentences are short, they speak like this. Or they're the kind of person that's very poetic and they have a whole paragraph as one sentence and grammatically it works, but maybe they shouldn't do that, you know, or the different kinds of words they use, if they swear, if they don't, you know, those kind of things. And it helps a lot just to be a good listener. Jen.
What do you do with someone who likes to preach and teach? And because they're used to being that role, and you want them to transform so the book is not something that
Teaching them
like
somebody.
the person's reading it going, I'm gonna put this down because I feel like I'm being told what to do, and the inner child comes out.
Yes.
So how do you become more of the, how do you help a writer become more of the mothering, nurturing storyteller? You know, the higher form of the teacher.
Yes, I love that question. And I think it all comes down to word choice. The message is the same, right? What you're trying to say is the same. It's the way that you're saying it. So I'll take a sentence of yours that might be preaching down to somebody and give you an example of words that you could use that instead are walking next to them and speaking with them. And it's having a great vocabulary helps, you know, sitting down and saying, oh, okay, this is a word that I think would help her, but it's going to shift the way that the message comes out to somebody who otherwise would tune it out and would not necessarily hear it. And then you get to see those suggestions and say, oh, okay, that is how I can shift how I'm writing. And the next time I come down to write out a chapter, I will adapt that because, you know, you learn from your editor. You're usually next time you come back, you're not in the same seat as before if you're paying attention to the things that you could do a little bit better at each time.
Yeah, I guess if an editor is good, they're not doing the same thing they're telling you not to do.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
One thing I've found is I've helped several business people do their books, and one thing you have to have as an editor, and I'm sure you do this, is you've got to speak to the level of the audience you're making the book for. I had one author that he was speaking, in fact, he still does. He writes everything for his blogs and everything as though he were in college. But he's talking to people who are probably 4th to 5th grade reading level. And he needs to, you know, and so it's always good. And our editor that we use for a blog for him specifically has to go back and say, now, do you mean to say it this way? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I guess you can say it that way.
Yes.
But, you know, he likes to use the big words.
Yeah.
That's a good thing to do. And to your point, though, one of the things that I heard J.K. Rowling say this one time, she says, I'll describe anger if it's the same anger every time. I'll describe it the first time, and then I will use an adverb to describe it because you know what my anger's like.
Right.
And she was talking about one of her Harry Potter characters.
Yeah. Oh, I love that.
You know, and so you know, you don't need to explain it again and again and again.
Yeah, you do it right the first time, right?
Yeah, you get it so you really understand. When Hagrid's going to say something, he says, you know, he's pounding on the door, you know what kind of, you know, from the first time, what that's going to look like.
Yes. Yeah, and that does her well when she gets to book 6 and 7, and you already know how everybody sounds,
Exactly.
how everybody feels. And instead, she's giving you all of that good content and not descriptions. And that would keep people engaged. Yeah. All right. Sweet. Well, thank you.
I'll ask you another really nerdy question.
Let's hear it.
What are your feelings on semicolons?
I am addicted to them, and the first step to recovery is owning that you have a problem, so. That is one of my weaknesses as far as overusing them, but I've been teaching myself how to not overuse what can be a very powerful form of punctuation.
Use them half as much as the core. There was a,
There you go. I like that.
there was a publisher I was referring to, and they said there's a requirement, you have to get rid of all the semicolons in your manuscript, and
Oh.
it just broke my heart.
That's sad.
And, yeah, I was like, that's just so weird to me, so I just want to know what your thoughts were.
Well, the thing about punctuation is it's all about emphasis, right? It's telling your reader an emotion or telling your reader where to carry on or where to stop and breathe and think for a moment with just a specific mark. And it's different in different languages, of course, but for us, you know, if you want somebody to be screaming, you don't have to have a million exclamation points. If you want somebody to be able to make two related thoughts, you can keep some of those semicolons. But if it's just you being lazy or afraid of putting a period, a lot of authors are like that, where they say the period is really intense. It just creates this big punch on your page, and I don't know if I wanted to just leave the reader like that. And that's why nobody uses periods in social media. So it's always dot,
No,
dot,
it's
dot, or
just
just nothing at all. Yeah. So I think it's it's the effect that you're going for. And it might even be the character that's speaking too. If a semicolon is going to express how they talk, the way that they speak, then absolutely use it for them, but maybe not in every sentence of your narrative.
Good.
Thank you all so much.
We actually have a panel at the end with everybody, and so you can ask even more questions, be writing those down. I like when you said about staying at home, it reminded me of, I wanted to be a stay-at-home mom until I learned that the kids were gonna be there too. Never mind. True story.
Others will not tell you, but I just love children, so I don't have to take care of one for more than 4 hours.
I just want to tell you too, that, you know, Shannon and I have handpicked each of these people that are here today because we trust them. I know that each and every person that's here, either Shannon or myself, just really have trusted them with our stories and with what we want to share. And so that's why we have who we have on this lineup. For me, I've always had a love for books. When I was little, if I'd go to the grocery store, and this has been a huge aha for me, when I go to the grocery store, if I was good, I got to pick out a golden book. And so I was always good because I wanted that little golden book, and I still have my collection of all my little golden books. Well, I look around my house now and my husband's like, really, we need another bookshelf? And it's like, yeah. And all of a sudden it hit me, for me, that's like, whenever I did something or do something, like that's my self-care, that was my reward. I go to Barnes and Noble, and because I was good, and I bought a book. And so my husband's like, quit being good. You know, we can't have it.
You want to be a little less.
For all these books. But I used to go in Barnes and Noble, and they're probably like, there's that weird girl again, because I love the smell of a book. Who else does that? Yeah, see, so I'm always in there smelling the books and looking around, and I always thought when I walk in a bookstore, just all those words and all those stories, you know, what's in there, all that wisdom and knowledge. And I actually ended up with a book club at the South Jordan Barnes and Noble, because I was in there all the time, and finally the lady said, why do you come in there all the time? Because that was just my place to go. And I said, I just love books. And I actually ended up doing a book club there for a couple of years. And they even had it on, as you drove down the freeway, they even had it on the big billboard about the book clubs that we would have there. And so I've always had just that love for books. And so, and love for each of our presenters here today too. So next up is our keynote speaker and my dear, very, very dear friend is Bridget Cook.
Gave up saying the rest of the Cook version.
Yeah, you went there when you're wedding.
Here's this, just so they don't have it.
All right. I'm so glad you have this.
I got a little paranoid when he was first doing Shanna's, because I'm like, this is gonna be bad if I have to go over and. or-
Well, Shanna's emailed me her
Right.
presentation, and her server says it's unavailable unless you do it on the internet. I'm going, what? So I had to do that one from the internet rather than
Aren't you
from.
glad you had an improvisational tech guy? Because that's awesome.
Okay, well,
So
let's get
hello,
you
everyone
up.
at home. Hello, everyone. How are you? Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm in church and not a mortuary. How are you? Wonderful. Hasn't this been great? Yeah, I got a little choked up when I got to see Hannah up there sharing her story. She talks at the Inspired Writers Retreat. This is the first time I've ever heard her tell her full story.
All thanks to you.
Of becoming the maven that she is. She's amazing. And as you were saying, you know, it's good if you have someone that is really detail oriented. It's even a terminology in our group now. It's called a Hannah. I have to have a Hannah, but not just any Hannah, that Hannah. So today I'm so excited because I get to talk to each of you about you. And I'm gonna drive you crazy with the camera. I'm sorry, but I'm about people and I love you too.
So you'd like them to see your ear more than you.
I'll back up and do my thing, but I'm also like the people who are alive. I'm here to talk to you. The reason I'm here to talk to you is because even though if you're gonna be here tomorrow, it's not the truth. Oldest church, my younger sister. Okay. So we don't know how much time we have. Do you know what the richest place upon the whole planet is? The cemetery. The graveyard is the most wealthy place. It is where all ideas go that have not come to fruition. It's where all songs go that have not been sung, all novels that have not been written, all speeches that have not been given, all the love songs taken with us instead of used here. First time I met Chantel McBride, she was about the dash. She still is. The dash is between the day you were born and the last day that you lived here. What matters is what we do in between, and she taught me that. And I've had a near-death experience in my early 20s that taught me, I don't know when my last day is. And when there were two nurses out in the corridor saying she's not going to make it till morning, I was flabbergasted and so sad because I don't know about you, but at the moment I knew I had come here to do something. I had no freaking clue what that was. I did not have a Shanna in my life. I was one of those in my early 20s, clueless. And they said, we better call her mom back because she's not going to make it until morning. There's a whole beautiful story that went with that, but the one thing that I learned was I was being given a second chance. I was going to figure out what was that? What was that thing that I came here to do? What was it that I came to express? What was it that I had to say? And I also found out I'm everybody else's biggest fan. I really, really, really love stories. So golden books were a favorite at our house, but most of them were tattered and torn. My mother was a great believer in the public library, right? And when she was young, I didn't find out this until I was an adult, but her mother would say, you can bring 7 books home, or she would say, you could bring 2 books home. So my mother would go to the library and get 7 or 8 or 9 and leave 2 here and 2 there and 2 there and 2 there and bring 2 books home. Well, she let me read out the school library, read out the bookmobile, read out the public library of Brigham City, Utah. Didn't take very long, but I was a voracious reader. So unfortunately, I also have lots of massive library fines for which she was not happy. But aside from that, I grew up with this love of story. I loved both fiction and nonfiction. To me, they were magical worlds. But there was this like really cool thing about fiction where I thought, this is gonna be where my magic is, because I could make up any story. And then lo and behold, on my writer's journey, miracle after miracle after miracle started happening. And I'm gonna tell you what, in nonfiction, you know how they say, you can't make this up. That's what I have found regarding each of you and your extraordinary stories. But I'm also gonna tell you that I see people discount their epic all the time. Who would want to learn anything from me, we say? Who would care what I have to say? Who would care about the struggles that I've been through or any of the overcoming? I really don't think I have anything. A friend of mine, Madison, one of our authors, she just recently sent a little text, and it was a quote that I had never heard before. But it says, the scars you carry are the lighthouses to shine upon the rocks that you already hit. I was like, whoa. Every author who is writing their own story, and even stories in fiction that shine lights on rocks that perhaps you have hit and you are writing in your own fiction, can be really, really powerful. So my premise is to believe in the power of your story to change the world. And I've had a few books that I have been able to do that with. In fact, anybody ever been to a Barnes and Noble? I sure hope so. I hope they're around for a long, long time, because I'm one too that loves to smell, right? Going to a bookstore. So I was in a Barnes and Noble, and there was all this cool excitement that was going on. And it was the most wonderful thing, because our book had just come out on Oprah, Dr. Phil, CNN, Good Morning America, in People magazine. And there was this buzz in the store. And the store manager says, hey, whenever somebody walks in the door, we want you to get them to buy an autographed copy of your book. So cool. I had always wanted to be in that situation. The only problem was the book was called Shattered Silence, the Untold Story of a Serial Killer's Daughter.
Oh, wow.
And most people were very, very kind about it, but I will never forget this one woman who looked at me with abject horror in her eyes. I will never read a book like that, and you can't make me. Okay, I said. I could tell she did not want to read my book. In the meantime, all 2,000 eyes of Barnes and Noble were upon me because they were sure I was going to accost them next. But I could not be offended, because already this book, the Helping Melissa Moore to write this book, it was not a salacious crime book. It was the story of a woman who, at age 16, when she's just developing, and she's figuring out what does it mean to be a woman, and then to find out that her father was a serial killer. And then how do you overcome that? How do you overcome all the societal issues? And people say, well, gosh, if your dad is that, then you must be like this as well. She was the first woman to be able to do some extraordinary things. And she did come out on Oprah, Dr. Phil, and CNN. So lifetime of secrets to becoming powerfully transparent. So I'm going to tell you something. There is something called the Big Book in the 12 steps. If anybody's familiar, I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand because you're supposed to stay anonymous. I'm not anonymous. I'm well over 30 years clean, sober, and proud of it. That's on the table with the best of them, but just don't get me started. So it doesn't require alcohol anymore. That's a scary thing. So here's the thing is, and I totally lost my train of thought. I don't do that very often. Before the table. The Big Book, thank you. Boy, all right. In the Big Book it says, you are only as sick as your secrets. You are only as sick as your secrets. So when I decided I didn't want to be sick anymore, I became transparent. I wrote novels of all the things that I had done to other people. I took it to the priest because I was Catholic at the time. He's like, wow, you didn't have to write a novel. I said, no, I did. It's like, okay, take this out and burn this puppy. But I became transparent and I saw the power of this transparency. When Melissa went on Oprah and Dr. Phil, it was the first time they'd gotten back together in a number of years. And she was so transparent that I saw this woman leave this show and take on her life. She's now a director in LA. She has this incredible true crime podcast, but she's also been known for bringing compassion to true crime. First time in all of LA, Hollywood, etc. She even has a program called The Monster in My Family, where she would take the family members of serial killers and the family members of victims and bring them together for the first time. When her book was coming out, she got castrated, was awful, persecuted, and someone was saying, I can't believe that you are profiting on your father's killing. And I had to speak up. Usually I would not speak for her at all, but she had shut down just a little bit because that wasn't what her intention was. And I said, you're right, no one should profit from killing, but everyone can benefit from healing. And that's what she's gone out to do. And it's extraordinary. Today, what I want to talk to you about is that when you become the author in your family, when you become the author within yourself, when you become the author in your community, you become a leader. It takes self-mastery first. It takes having courage. It takes having what happens if not everybody likes my story. So is everybody gonna like your story?
No.
No. And especially in today's climate, there's gonna be haters, but then there's gonna be the one. One of my favorite emails we received about Shattered Silence was a 72-year-old woman who said, my grandmother was a serial killer. She said she committed crimes, went to jail for one of them, got out in enough time to raise me. She said, I thought I would be chained to the secret for the whole rest of my life until you wrote your story. Thank you. See, not going to the grave with her story anymore. She shared it. And now she started to go out into the world and be a leader on her own. Folks, we're all headed for some rocks. The more we help each other, the more we become light, the more we become powerful in our stories to assist one another. I'm going to tell you something, it will change the world. I have seen authors do this. And as I look out on each one of you and recognize the power and the pain and the triumph that you are here to write about in one form or another, that you will change the world with your story. Sometimes we get scared because we know that. But I think the biggest fear is, what if tomorrow was your last day? Chantel works in hospice situations all the time. She hears some of the deepest regrets of people, and it's usually something that they did not do. A creation, a relationship, something inside that was so important to them that they didn't have the courage to do. So today, we're going to be talking about the power of your own story, because I have had the opportunity and the privilege to work with extraordinary people and extraordinary stories, and I see it time and time and time again of how stories absolutely can change the world and change your world. Funny story, headed back from Oprah with Melissa. We'd gone there in a limo. Luckily, they gave us a ride back too. But the next day we got to go and take pictures, right? Kodak moment, like it was so exciting. And it was when the Oprah Winfrey Show was like the big deal. And it's getting big like that again. But at the time, we're taking a taxi, and this gentleman, really cute, in the front, he's looking at us and goes, "Where are you from?" She says, "Oh, I'm from California." And I said, "I'm from Utah." He said, "Utah? How many husbands you have?" Without missing a beat, I said, 7. One for every night. His eyes were this big. And then I see this like little starts to turn up in the corner. Pretty soon I couldn't handle it anymore. I just burst out laughing. He's like, "You teasing me?" And I said, "Yes, I am." Not really. I have one and I love him and that's all I can handle. So books open doors. They open perceptions. They take people and submerge them into your world. As Hannah was saying so eloquently about show me, don't just tell me. It does amazing things when you can immerse a reader into your world. And I'm going to tell you what happens. Sometimes we have a message for our children or our children's children. Sometimes we have a message for our community or for our nation. And books, unlike any other media, have an opportunity to tell an extended story and also the story of your mind and heart. Because you can do inner dialogue. You know, you might be talking to someone and being really polite with them in the moment, and you might be having a little snarky conversation going on in your head, right? Or the taxi driver who was like, what? But I want you to think about how many times have you been worried or upset about something and you've wanted, like Jen, you want to tell and you want to teach, but it could come across as preaching, especially to someone you really care about. Because if you tell somebody something, they have to decide if they're going to believe you or not. But if you get raw and real and vulnerable and you show the story, they believe that it happened to you, it happens with you. And they may not still think exactly the same way that you think, but guess what? They're going to understand why you think this thing. Why you think this thing. Ooh, do we have delicious stories in that? But what I want to get to is that writing a book is something significant in your life. And you probably know a lot of people who actually want to do it. Today, I want to talk to you about being successful. Being successful at writing a book and not letting your treasure go to the grave with you. Okay? Because that's really important. So first of all, show me the money, right? For some people, we would like to make a living working and being an author. So the global book market growing from 87.92 billion in 2020 to 92.68 billion in 2021. That was this clip I gotten, it got bigger. It surpassed that, and now it's $150 billion. Do you know why? People are, what's that?
People are stuck inside their house.
People are stuck inside their house. And how do we relate to one another? How do we learn from one another? Through stories and storytelling. Yeah. So it's a way that we educate ourselves. It's a way that we educate ourselves. So there is money out there for you to have. The question is how to go about it. So there were 1.5 million new titles released in 2021. 1.5 million books, ladies and gentlemen, last year. And what that ought to tell you is that you can do this. The reason self-publishing and indie publishing is becoming so popular is because we don't have to play by the old rules anymore if we don't want to. Some people have something to say and they don't want anybody to tell them how they're going to say it. Some people have something to say and they're saving lives and they don't want to wait another year to save lives right now. Not when teen suicides are so high, not when people are anxious and they don't know how they're going to get beyond. So it's beautiful that you have both traditional publishing and self or indie publishing. It's a wonderful thing. Please write this down. Ebook and audiobook sales increased by more than 30% in just the last 2 years alone. In just the last 2 years alone. In 2020, it had already gone up 57%. So in just 2 years to be another 30% is amazing. So households.
Can I tell you one more statistic?
Sure, please.
I just read that the industry, they expected when everybody got to go back to work, that it would drop. It's going up again because people have rediscovered the magic of books. And that's ebooks, it's audiobooks, it's physical books.
Yes.
All categories are up.
Because let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, there's only so much Netflix we can handle.
Yes.
Still live, right? Like, I had to figure out what I was gonna wear today, because even my buttons have been social distancing. So. I'm just telling you. All right. I want you to realize too, because sometimes when people are thinking about self-publishing, they'll really consider an ebook because it's easy. And then they want a print book because they want to give it and smell it and have it on their shelf. But oftentimes people are not considering audiobooks. And here's the cool thing is right now, with the way society is, 1 out of 10 people will read a book. 1 out of 5 people will listen to a book, and that number is growing. So please consider and put that down as a goal for yourself. And it is possible, even if you are self or indie publishing, to be able to do that. I think it's important as a business person that you know that. So show me the money. What I want to share with you too is that I have not made millions of dollars in my writing. I have been a catalyst for millions of lives. And there is an ability to do both. Okay, so I've been a social change catalyst. Money is not my main motivating factor. But one of the things I had to learn is, if I was worried about how I was going to make the rent or the house payment or put food on the table for my children, and I started being a published author as a single mom with 3 kids at home, I couldn't reach as many people. So you may have a huge heart, but there also is going to be a balance. We're going to get into that of how do you be a smart and viable business person at the same time as a catalyst for change, whether that's entertainment, education, information, inspiration, or transformation. You can make money at the same time. It's something to keep in mind. All right, we just heard about Stephen King today, right? Woo-hoo. So he's doing pretty good. Wealthiest authors worldwide from June 2018, okay, for a single year. So he's doing well, close to 20 million. Jeff Kinney, 20. Michelle Obama, because that's when her book came out, right? 36 million. James Patterson, 70 million, and J.K. Rowling, 92. And I just want you to see, June 2018, the Harry Potter books have been out for a long time, but she is still considering, consistently being a force for good. And she has not stopped writing, and she's also not stopped inspiring kids. And I know there are some things going on with her and transgender and other things, but I think it's also important for us to realize that she has been this incredible force for children reading. And she's making money doing it. So it's not an evil. You can be a force for good and make money at the same time. In fact, you will reach more people if you allow yourself to do that. Here's where the rubber meets the road though. 81%. So more than 8 out of every 10 people in the United States who are adults think that they have a book worthy of sharing. That's a large number. So here's the cool thing. 332 million people think that they have a book worth writing. How many of those do you think will get done?
Mm-mm.
Not very many. 90% of first drafts never see the light of day. So already we have moved this down to 33,240,000, blah, blah, blah. Scrapped, gone to the grave, never to be resurrected. That right there makes me want to cry, because I'm thinking of all the life-changing stories that could be, right? Because they haven't met Hannah yet. But then, remember, 1.5 million books. So if you were looking at that 1.5 million a minute ago and saying, that's a lot of books, how am I even going to get anything out there? Who's really going to listen to me if there's 1.5 million books? Ladies and gentlemen, the fact that you're here in this room with Chantel and Shanna and Hannah and Heidi and everyone else, oh my goodness, you have already taken a greater step. You have invested in yourself in time and energy. So number one, give yourself some kudos. because you're investing in education. And that is the number one thing that leads a writer to becoming a published author, because writers write. And as Hannah said, it could be just like a journal, but authors get published. And we're going to talk today about what it's going to take to get published, because you deserve to be this less than 1%. Doesn't have to mean less than 1% of the people in this room. I'm going to ask you right now, if you have been holding on to a message for a while, if there's been something that has been speaking to your heart, says, I deserve to be shared. There are people in pain, or people who want an escape, or people who need to hear what I have to offer. How many of you know that right now, that you have something special? I want you to hold them up really high. I want you to hold them up really high. He's gonna do it first. Okay, now I want you to look around.
That's everybody.
Now I want you to look into the faces of people who are next to you and across from you and around you. I'm really asking you to look. And you guys can look too. There are not wannabes in this room. It's just a matter, isn't it, of knowing how. It's a matter of knowing how. And that is possible. That is possible for you, especially in today's age. There was a time, remember Shannon was showing the typewriter. I would not be an author today. Typist, but I would have like 25,000 like wallpapering my entire house because of all the mistakes. Like I love that I can control Z. I do that a lot. Right?
Don't forget the 7 different colors of corrector.
Oh, and the 7 different, that would really be scary. But I could do different rooms and yeah.
Just think how many trees we're saving.
Yes. What it really comes down to, folks, is courage. What it really comes down to is, am I gonna let a part of me be seen? Am I gonna let that creative person be seen? Am I gonna let the leader in me be seen? And am I gonna allow for my greatest gifts to be out on paper? I call it filleting yourself like a fish out on paper for everyone to see the guts and all the glory, right? And in today's society, it's even a little more vulnerable. But there still is this. If you are a published author, you automatically gain respect. Why do you gain respect? I'm going to back up. Because of everyone that wants to write a book, and if they sat down and they tried it, most of them ended up on that floor. And the ones who do deserve to be congratulated, and we know it. Because if you've sat down and you've tried to write a book for 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 25 years, I have an author I'm working with right now, 27 years. And it just took the courage to say, finally, I am worth this project. And even if it touches one individual on this planet, I have the power to touch that one individual, and it will be worth it. I'm also going to share with you this. If any of you are overcoming trauma of any kind, have been working on your healing, when you put words to paper, you are a witness to yourself, of your resiliency, of your persistence, of your ability to see yourself in black and white. I'm going to call Martina out right here. Martina, will you raise your hand? So Hannah and I have had the privilege of knowing Martina, having her at our retreat, working with her. She did an exercise called Write Juicy, and it's where you fill out a timeline extensively of the left brain things of your life, you know, baptisms and this and that and the other, and then all the right brain juicy stories of your life, even just small little snippets, so that you see yourself. And I tell everybody about her now because she said, I like me better now. I understand me better now. Like Melissa, and she's not a daughter of a serial killer, but like Melissa, her transparency to herself became a powerful catalyst of healing and change. And this is what we do when we write our stories, whether fiction or nonfiction, because it is a part of us. If you're writing fiction, right, that there is a part of you that is in each of your characters. Oh, and I just simply must mention that our Miss Hannah did not tell you that she's also a brilliant writer. She's working on a trilogy, her second of 3 books, and has a New York agent looking at it right now. Yeah. So do your art. Create your stories. Yes, Ruth.
I just wanted to share, I'm a mental health counselor and I have worked with teenagers who have had trauma. And one thing I would encourage, because they can't talk about what happened to them, so I would have them write it in 3rd person.
Ooh.
And it's amazing how much more they can get out, and they, because you know, you have to call and you have to record it and everything. And it was so enlightening for me. I don't know how I came up with this idea, but it was cathartic for them because they could get it on paper, what had happened, and let go of some of the emotions connected to it, but they weren't connected to it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because they could see it from the
From
the
third
outside.
person,
Mhm.
and they could talk in 3rd person in their report.
And then it makes it easier for them to then own it. What you're doing is really powerful. Let's give Ruth a round of applause. Oh, see, I love people who are living their bliss and assisting other people. That's fantastic. So you learn about yourself in extraordinary ways. So even if your book was never published, even if not a single other soul saw it, the power of witnessing yourself is really profound. I like this picture because sometimes we just like, what if they don't like it? Or what if I hate it? Sometimes when people have been working on several drafts, Hannah and I get this all the time, because they're like, I'm really getting bored. That's because you've written and rewritten and rewritten, and you're creating something of great magic. But eventually it does get boring because you've lived it a few times now. You've healed. You're ready to move on, but guess what? Your reader isn't yet. And so just realize that out there is an avatar. And here's something I'm going to share with you is the most powerful momentum that has gone behind any of the books that I have written has everything to do with being of service. Who are you writing to? Whose pain are you addressing? You know what keeps them up at night because you have lived it. Whether in your mind or out loud, you have lived it. And when you choose to be of service, this is where I see miracle after miracle after miracle happen. There it goes. Commitment and tenacity is what it's going to take from you. Commitment and tenacity. So I'm going to ask you at this moment right now, will you write down, I am committed to write my book? And if you're Shannon, she would tell you that if you want that goal to be on fire, if you make it a SMART goal, which we'll talk about in a few minutes, then you are more likely to get that done. But tenacity, because you've already seen, oh my gosh, how many steps does it take if I'm going to self-publish? Oh my gosh, what does this framework and outline look like? Oh my gosh, how do I get into the editing process? What is this going to cost me? It takes persistence, commitment, and tenacity. And it is also the most extraordinary adventure that I have ever been on, and that most people who I know are authors have ever been on. I'm going to invite you to pinky swear. to someone younger than you that you know looks up to you. Pinky swear to that, they're doing it right now. Pinky swear to the person next to you. There you go. We got the pinkies going on. All right. When you go home, when you go out into your neighborhood, when you're in your house and you got a little one at home or anything else, I invite you to pinky swear to a little one, because what you do when you take everything you have to write a book, you're creating a better world for these little ones to grow up in. And right now they're facing all kinds of things. It is time for us to have the courage to be leaders, because there's too many that are sitting back until it's their time to go and they're, I wish, I wish, I wish. Instead, we're going to be committed, because committed writers become published authors. All right. So even though I've had this opportunity to do these amazing stories, I also want to tell you about the one. This is Rebecca Musser. Some of you have already heard this story, so I'm going to keep it really brief. She changed my world. She was the 19th wife of 65 women. She was married to the prophet of the FLDS church, was a cult in the name of God, and they did human trafficking in the name of God. She was married to the prophet, who you can't see here, but he was more than 4 times her age, older than her grandfather. And she was just raised to keep sweet and never complain. So she went along with it until she didn't. Until she saw what his son Warren Jeffs was doing. And she saw children 16, 15, 14, 13, 12 becoming Warren and other leaders' child brides. She had little sisters. She's like, enough. But she had to take care of herself. Like some of you who've encountered trauma, you have to take care of yourself first and then you can give, right? She had to take care of herself. So long dresses, right? Long underwear and everything. She slipped past the security guards over the fence to freedom, until she found out that 2 of her little sisters had poof, disappeared to this little place called the YSC Ranch in Texas, where Warren had an entire dominion of people under his control. And it wasn't good enough for her.
And he still does.
Yeah, he does. However, what I want to share with you, she testified more than 27 times in a court of law. She helped to put Warren Jeffs behind bars for life plus 20 years. She helped disband so much of what was happening among 10,000 people. And it's not fixed yet, because he created a lot of chaos. But because of her courage and her story, I saw the power of one woman to change the world. And she changed that entire 10,000 community and bigger, because she inspired me and millions of people across the US. And I also want to share with you, we called it the Witness Wore Red because Warren had outlawed the color red. So no one was allowed to have red cars, red clothing, anything. So what does she do when she goes sashaying into the courtroom? She's always wearing a little bit of red, and it was her way of saying, you will not break me. Because that's what he told her last time he saw her. He said, I will break you, and I will train you to be a good wife. Not me. So the Witness Wore Red. She taught me how one story. Here's also what I want to tell you, is that a book may not bring you millions of dollars, but it will bring great abundance if you leverage. It will open doors for you that you can never imagine. The people you'll break bread with, the people that you meet along your journey, the people that will invite you to come speak on their stages, whether fiction or nonfiction. You publish a book, you start being looked at as a leader, and people want to see you. Why? Because they are hungry for what you have to offer. I want you to realize that. When you get down and you think, I can't do this thing, the world is hungry for your message and your story, especially when it's done really well. But also expansion. right? So you're gonna leverage it, you're gonna make some money, you're gonna do some things. I want to give you an example. I think this is smart and brilliant. So I have a friend who is a 7-figure speaker. He's a really great guy. I really love him. Has ethics and codes and personal values like crazy, and he speaks all over the United States. He's going to probably retire multi-millionaire within about 5 years, and then he'll probably go back to work because he's service oriented. I'm going to tell you this. He started a multi-million-dollar company in his early 20s with his brother. Many people in their early 20s don't do that. And he's a leader, natural born. So he goes to a speakers bureau and he's like, hey, I have all these things. They're like, oh, okay. Yeah. Right? And then he says, oh, and by the way, I wrote this book on leadership. What? A book on leadership? Booking until he became the 7-figure speaker. Now he releases a book every 2 years because the people who had him before, they want his new message that's timely for their people. Coca-Cola, IBM, you name it, he's doing it. He has learned to leverage. So if you want to be a speaker, you can position yourself in the marketplace as an expert. If you establish credibility and it's done, because guys, if it's not done, it's not going to do anything for you to leverage. But done well and done right, okay? I just said that twice. Done well and done right. Just done, okay, and then done right. And then it's wonderful too because it shows a lot of know, like, and trust. People will read your book and go, oh my gosh, I want to work with that Heidi Totten. I've always wanted to do humanitarian work. And I have just gotten to taste of her soul. And now I know I could go to Kenya. I could make a huge difference in the lives of people. I could trust that. I could go international. I've never trusted anyone else before, but I could trust her. And then suddenly, whoa, there's so much value there for your reader. And then of course you can charge fees and then charge even more. And then marketing material and things that will help. Please write down that you're going to provide value and service. It is your secret sauce. If everything you do is to serve another, I promise you it will come back dividends and dividends. If the bottom line is always your bottom line, you're going to get stuck. You just will. But if you choose to have a bottom line and service, it's going to do amazing things. And it will also prove some things to yourself, step by step. Every time you make an advancement on your book, you will grow in confidence. We have a woman who came after Rebecca Musser, ended up at one of our retreats. She was the 65th wife of Warren Jeffs. There were only 5 women out of all of those. We know that he had at least 80. There's only a handful who have escaped his terror still to this day. Most of them are in houses of hiding across the US and they're just not seen, and they don't have a voice, and they don't dare. But Brielle did. When she first came to our retreat, she couldn't look at anybody. She would talk to you for a second, then she'd look down. And that's how she was able to do things, was just step by step. She gave a TED talk last year. Then I got to go to Arizona and see her. And she got a standing ovation as she looked into the audience and she told her story of escaping Warren Jeffs and that regime and going down to that southern Utah area that was so sick and unhealthy for a long time. And she started the Dream Center. And she took a building that Warren Jeff owned so he could be a predator on these young girls, even with these like sick windows and stuff. And she made it into this house of hope and healing to get people out of polygamy that wanted to, and to help people with drugs and alcohol. The power of story for herself first. And she has a documentary that'll be coming out. We're not allowed to talk about it.
What's the name of that TED Talk?
Can't remember, but if you look up Brielle Decker, and this one was a TEDx Arizona, and you'll be able to find it. So you can't tell I'm passionate about any of this, can you?
No, not at all.
Story changes us. Story changes us. Am I getting long? I know I want to go right for a minute.
Yeah, you're up for this whole thing.
Oh, hallelujah. I'm like, okay, because I can talk about. Remember I told you that I was everybody else's greatest cheerleader? And I still am. It's really, really important to me as a witness to other people's stories. And just like Hannah has her secret sauce, I have a secret sauce. My clients call me the book whisperer. And I'm also able to see patterns in their stories for the very best books on the planet. I also love to stretch them and their visions of where am I going to go with this book? How am I going to use this as a tool? How am I going to leverage this for the very best juicy life that I can create for myself and my family and my community? How can I do that? So I get really passionate about it. But I often wouldn't talk very much about myself. And I had a situation that happened because I was adopted when I was 6 months of age. So by the time I was adopted, I had 3 sets of parents. And this underlying psychology to me said, you better do everything on your own because eventually the big people are going to leave. And so I struggled. I was not like you. I didn't sit in a classroom and get as much out of things or talk or get a mentor. I really struggled because I thought I just had to do everything on my own. And I was constantly trying to prove myself. It served me to a degree until it didn't, right? Until my healing had to take a new step. Well, one of my authors, Adis Boucher, she said, Bridget, I do not think your own story is going to be fulfilled until you do this thing. She gives me this thank you gift, and it is a DNA kit. And I felt like the woman in Barnes & Noble. What? I will never do a thing like that, and you cannot make me. Oh my gosh. I had stood on the doorstep of a killer a couple years prior, out in the below freezing in Burlington, Vermont. And we didn't know if he was crazy or on drugs or both to get a store. That's how crazy I am, right? That DNA kit, I was terrified of. And all I had to do was like spit and send it off. Sat there and it haunted me on my desk for weeks and then months. And then finally I got the courage to do that. I'm not going to go into all the details. What I am going to tell you is that I have 89 beautiful new family members, immediate family members. And what I have experienced is that my life was contained in a box until I showed up for my own epic adventure. Until I said, I am worthy of something bigger than I have given myself. I am worthy of this. I am worthy of love. I am worthy of even 89 new people in my life. And, you know, when I had my first daughter, I wasn't supposed to be able to have kids because that hospital experience, and no one was more shocked than my doctor to find I was pregnant. So when I had her, I was like, oh, so much love. And then when I got pregnant with my second daughter, I thought, oh my goodness, how am I gonna like split my love? Like a piece of pie was all I could think of. Like, how am I gonna split my love between these two extraordinary creatures? What I discovered was that there was just more love. And this is what has happened with my finding my birth mother, then finding my birth father, then finding out he was not my birth father, and then finding my true birth father. And what's interesting is there's a story about my conception on one side and a story about a conception on another side. Which one was right or true? What I really realized was, I'm here. I am a witness of God's love. And no matter how it happens, I get to now show up in my own epic life. And it really brought home to me what we do with stories. And where sometimes we can keep ourselves small with our stories. So when you are looking at your stories, I love this quote by Harold Goddard. He said, the destiny of the world is determined less by the battles lost and won than by the stories it loves and believes in. So what about the destiny of your world? What stories do you love and believe in? And are they stories of limitation or are they stories of grand possibilities? It's time for us to dream bigger. It's time for us as authors to see ourselves in a greater light and no longer diminish our epic, our own epic. So yeah, just a little passionate about that. Anybody in here speak Japanese? Oh, good. Shar, do you know, can you? Oh. Oh, that's awesome. Okay.
I think it's turning Japanese.
I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so. It looks like a Reiki symbol. It almost looks like Hansa Shonen. Anyway, but it's not. It's Kotodama, which means word spirit or the spirit of the word. Here's what I have discovered in all my years of writing and witnessing authors like you with the magic of words and story, is that there is a spirit in the word. You may have even heard, in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. Well, guess what? That's not in just one culture. That's the beginning for 3 massive cultures on our planet. And even in Tibet, they don't even allow a piece of trash to go trodden underfoot if it has a written word on it. It's so sacred and precious to them. They understand this energy. So what are you going to do with the power of your words? What spirit will you bring out that's going to help change the world? There's another word I love, and it is called ikigai. And in Japanese, it means your reason for breathing. It is your purpose on the planet. Mark Twain said this beautiful thing once. He said, the 2 greatest days of your life are the day you were born and the day you discovered why. Well, this is ikigai. And many of you, I'm sure, have just found incredible power in your words and in this desire to get your stories out into the hands of others who can benefit. But one of the things I have found is that you notice there's a quadrant here. You may also notice that you could be off quadrant if you're not careful. So you want to do what you love, what the world needs, what you can be paid for, and what you are good at. Now, I want to give you a caveat on this, what you are good at. Some of you are just starting in writing and you're like, well, then I'm going to be off center all the time because I'm not good at this. J.K. Rowling wasn't good at this. Stephen King wasn't good at this. I wasn't good at this. Hannah knows I'm still not good at this sometimes, right? She has to edit stuff out for me. I have an obsession with exclamation points. Chantel and I are like sisters under the skin, and so mother of pearl. Right? You can practice. And the very best writers get editors. Yes, sir.
Just to build on what you're saying, Brandon Sanderson was one of my professors at BYU.
Ooh.
It was his 8th novel that got published. In his own words, my first 7 were garbage. The person who wrote Willy Wonka the Chocolate Factory rewrote it from scratch, beginning to end, over 100 times. I think it was 127.
I didn't know
J.K.
that.
Rowling rewrote. She edited her draft 27 times. So that's basically rewriting it at least a couple times, in my opinion. So like, I don't know, I've met so many authors who like, they write their first draft and they get that first wave of very brutal feedback because everyone's first draft is garbage. Sorry, I don't know if that's a very brutal way of putting
And
it.
Lamont calls it the shitty first draft. It just is what it is. Sorry.
Exactly. Yeah, people get so discouraged, but I think it's just so important that we take that criticism to heart and we do it to make it better. Because literally everyone has gone through it, even the best of the best.
Yeah. I'm learning yoga right now. I love it. And I suck, but I really love it. And so I'm going to become accredited just so that I can, because I love it. But it reminds me of writing, where, you know, I started. Now, if you're an avid reader, you probably have a better voice in your head. And if you haven't read anything for a long time. Yes, ma'am.
That's a great lead into what I was going to say. There's a great book, it's called Your Life's Achievement. And in that book, it says, you come here with glory, with special gifts to share with the world. And if we all truly believe that, wouldn't this be a glorious place?
Yeah. I love that. Thank you. Which is why Chantel and Shanna asked if we would come and share our light, that others might go and share their light, and others might go and share their light. Imagine your ripples from one thing. What was that?
And so on.
And so on, and so on. So
So it's network marketing?
kick that guy out. He's a network. All right. I think I'm gonna come up on stage and, no, I'm just kidding. All right. Just remember that what you're good at, it improves through time. It's practice is really, really important. But if all the rest of these are in alignment, ladies and gentlemen, you're gonna go places because you can always learn more. All of us are always learning more. All right. I'm gonna talk to you. What, are you cracking up at my origami? Or was that a sneeze? I thought it was Hannah being sarcastic. I thought my origami was really cool. I want to share with you that there is a fundamental premise called the hero's journey. And there is a gentleman who spent his lifetime researching people and places, especially indigenous cultures throughout the world. And then he also studied ancient Romans and others. He came up with this monomyth. It's called a monomyth, but what he realized, and he wrote a book called The Hero of 1,000 Faces. It's not an easy read. I'll just give you it's not an easy read, but it is a fascinating read. But then there were people like Vogler from LA that said, oh, this is amazing. And they picked at it, and they found that there are these 12 steps that are really, really incredible. We don't have time to go through all 12 of these steps, but I do have a program on my website if you want to do this. And I'm going to tell you why I recommend it. It's a very inexpensive program that helps you realize where you've been playing small in your storytelling. So whether you're writing a fictional novel and you've been playing small on your characters, or whether you're writing a book about yourself, it helps you go, oh yeah, I kind of did that one under the rug. And maybe this one and this one. And so it just helps you to realize your own epic. It's really amazing.
Oh, can I look back 1 second?
Sure. All right, people are taking pictures, thank you. All right, so we'll go in just to a couple of them, but one of them, ladies and gentlemen, is the call to adventure. What's really important to know is that in your book, you will have a call to adventure. It is something that happens when your life or the life of someone you love is in danger, or your lifestyle as you know it. This makes for epic storytelling, okay? I also want to tell you, your ego has taken you on a hero's journey in becoming an author. Your ego is taking you on another one. So you've lived an epic that you're writing about, either in fiction or nonfiction, but you have another one that you will be living as you're writing your book. You know why? Because if it was easy, everybody would be doing it. Everybody wants to, but you're the hero or shero of your own story that is going to say, I'm gonna answer that call. But at first, you don't want to. I would imagine there's some people in this room that didn't want abuse when they were little. I would imagine that there's some people in this room that didn't want divorce, didn't want cancer, didn't want to lose a child, didn't want. Or didn't want success because that was not your true goal. So usually we look like this, like, don't give this to me. I don't want it. But then there's these other things that happen along the way. A meeting with a goddess or the mentor where you are spiritually transformed. You're crossing thresholds into an extraordinary world. You have tests and enemies and allies. Like, ladies and gentlemen, this is your life. And also you're writing. So you're going to be facing some of these things. And what I want you to realize is that you are up challenge. You are up for the challenge of both the telling of it and then also getting there. And even Winston Churchill knew that in writing a book, there was a very dark cave. This is where the inner battles and the outer battles meet. This is when you look at your life and your story and you realize, I have been under the spell and the claws of a dragon, and guess what? I am that dragon. It's where you really get real and raw and vulnerable. And then you still choose to come out of it and do something greater. Seize the sword and the treasure, the sword. That was my dad's way of teasing him. It still comes out, it's awful. And oftentimes we think we don't deserve. Ladies and gentlemen, this is another place where in writing your own story, do not deny your epic. Do not deny your reward. Do not deny your rise out of whatever it is that you have experienced. The greatest stories have conflict. And we often shy away from that. But the greatest stories have conflict. How do we learn as humans? From rising beyond obstacles, right? So you were the victim of something. And then you became the victor. But there's some of us in this room where we're like, I just don't want everybody to think I'm all that and I'm Problem is, if you leave people in your dark night and you don't show your rise, then they don't think they can do it too. And your book is not inspiring and it does not transform their lives. Hannah and I face this all the time, right? People denying their epic. You cannot deny your epic. It doesn't mean that you pretend your rise is bigger or grander or bolder than anything. It has to do with the language and how you feel about yourself on this other side, and being honest about that as well. Because there is wisdom and a crown of glory on the other side, and your readers deserve to see that too, okay? There is this spot with resurrection. This is like that climactic piece of your rise. And then I want to share this last thing with you, because you're battle weary and worn. And I invite you to all look up the Churchill quote on writing a book, because it's freaking hilarious. In your writing, when you have rewritten 27 times and someone's still tearing it apart, or what you have lived to where you feel a little fragile, like, who am I to share this story? Who am I to give this to anyone else to even be inspired by? I want you to realize that there is a resurgence, a renewal, a renaissance that is possible within you. And this also takes place when your book is just about ready to go out. You're going to be scared to death, but you will have your elixir of life. And this, my friends, is your ikigai, your reason for breathing. It's why you were put here on the planet. It is your secret sauce. It's what put you in this room to say, I have something to say. And I'm going to say it, and I'm not going to deny it. It's really important that you realize that this is your secret sauce, okay? So I have this, and I will share the PowerPoint with anyone. SMART goals and add emotion. Make sure you know who your who is, because that's service, ladies and gentlemen. List out their pain points so you know you're hitting it. You know, whether you're drawing out a whole memoir or a fiction book, or you're doing do-it-yourself self-help, make sure you know your avatar's pain points. You're going to reach them deeper. And then either gather stories, facts, principles, etc., or chronicle your best personal stories or your fictional stories, okay, for greatest enjoyment. There's that outline framework. And then choose a date for publication. Why would we do this? Because your brain likes to know you have a goal and it wants to help you reach your goal. And the ether has energy that wants to help you reach your goal. So visualize success. And as we talked about, commit. Today you wrote down Today you pinky swore. Today you visualize someone that you're going to do that as well. And you say, I'm going to be a published author. I am going to do this thing. Keep up with your commitment. Did everybody get a picture that wanted?
Can we take pictures? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't want to.
I know I'm
didn't
getting
know
a
if you
little
had it
short
on
on
your
time, but I have
website
one
or-
last thing to share.
Or
so.
something, get it on your website. Then I.
This
don't
one's
need to
not
take
on my
pictures.
website, but I'm happy to email it to anyone that requests it. So if you, right now, go to 801-644-0122, that's my number. And then put your email in and say request PowerPoint, I'm happy to send this to you.
Say your number
801.
again. One more time, 801-644.
0122. And I wanted to let you know, because we've worked with so many extraordinary stories, and we know how hard it is when you have a really powerful story to get it out on paper. So I designed this years ago. Hannah is my girl Friday, and we go to town at least 3 times a year in Utah. Our next one is the middle of May, and I've got a flyer out there for you if you want it. But there's so much deep work that gets done here. I've got a few people who've been to a retreat. Will you raise your hand? Oh, wow. I got a lot of people in here who've been to a retreat. Beautiful. And so we do a lot of deep work there, don't we? Yeah, we do a lot of deep work there and a lot of important work there. So I wanted to let you know about that. And then also let you know if it will go. Oh, it's going too fast. Hang on. Okay, we'll start this again. This is Gary Lee Price. I don't know if any of you have heard of him, but Gary Lee, doesn't he look so angelic and beautiful? And that's his beautiful mom. He grew up on an army base in Mannheim, Germany, and his stepfather was in the US Army. And he was living his best life. His mother would set him on her lap every day at the kitchen table, teach him how to draw and to color and to paint and to stencil and do these amazing things while his baby brother was in the room next door taking a nap. The only problem is that his mother and his stepfather weren't always getting along. There was a lot of jealousy, a lot of issues that were happening. And one night, his stepfather took this beautiful woman's life and left Gary and his baby brother alone. So he was shipped back to the United States, but he went from the frying pan into fiery torture, enslavement, and abuse, and no one knew because the parents were working nights. And during the day and in the evening, while his parents were gone, his other parents that had taken him in, he had to undergo the most horrific torment you could ever imagine. And ladies and gentlemen, why I'm telling you this is because Gary had to decide as he became an adult, because we all decide at some point, am I going to become bitter or am I going to become better? Gary decided to become better. He became an internationally renowned sculptor. This is one of his works with Amelia Earhart. He found out that in the United States, there's less than 5% of outdoor sculptures have to do with women, and he set about to change that and did that within the course of the year. But that's not only what he's done. Gary found out that Holocaust survivor Viktor Frankl would come to visit the United States and absolutely loved this country, but he said, in this country, you cannot have liberty without responsibility. Because Viktor Frankl had seen the lack of responsibility in 3 different concentration camps. Every member of his family was decimated. And he came out and he went into a bazaar and he found this wooden sculpture of what he called the suffering man. This person like held up in supplication to God, and he would always ask. He fell in love, got married to a Catholic woman, and everybody said they wouldn't make it, but they became very close. But he would ask her all the time, Ellie, who will be the one to reach down to lift another? Who's going to do that? Gary heard about this, and he created the Statue of Responsibility, which is one hand reaching down to lift another. His book that I helped him write, and it took us 5 years, COVID included, is coming out May 12th. About to come out. Changed my entire life, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what's gonna happen, Santa? But I am gonna tell you this. They have people who are committed to break ground in San Diego. And I believe that we will absolutely, over the next few years, be seeing the Statue of Responsibility go up on the West Coast. I'm so amazed, and I think this book is also gonna help. So we're gonna like be in radio silence from May 9th through the 12th. But Shanna had talked about self-publishing. We decided to do this book. Now, this is a story that I will tell you, I could have easily sold to New York. I could have easily got an agent and taken care of this in New York and done traditional publishing. There is this beautiful thing that happens when you self-publish, and that means that majority of your proceeds go into your pocket or into your project than does the traditional publishing. Every book has its place. For this one, it is his legacy project. It is my legacy project. And we decided that it, an advance on royalties and other things didn't matter, but if we could get this statue up at this time when America and the world needs it most, that would be great. So if you would mark your calendars, if that story touched you, if you mark your calendars on May 12th, Gary is doing a beautiful little book launch, and for $1.99, that will be available on ebook on Amazon. And it will come out in hardback, and it's going to be on my coffee table. And not just because of my writing, I want to be really clear. I am not the best author in the world, and I will readily admit that. This is an extraordinary story that tells itself, and I hope that you will be inspired by it. One last thing. We're going to Ireland! In June, 18th through 25th, 300-year-old manor. We're going to spend the entire week with a New York agent from Sarah Jane Freeman Agency in New York. I could not be more tickled and thrilled. We're going to be right by the King and Queen of the Fairies Hill. 300-year-old manor, I think I said that. Pierce Brosnan takes his family to that retreat, or not to this retreat. We would love to have him. But he goes to that manor every year. We go to the Cliffs of Moher. We go to Charlie Burns' bookstore. If you already have a book, you can come and become a national or international speaker and tell the audience about your book. And Charlie Burns will also sell your book in their bookstore. So it's a really fun way to up your visibility, and we just have a good time. This is a small
So
part of
you're
our
gonna be
group.
in Limerick or in Dublin?
Galway.
Oh, you're gonna be in Dublin.
Yeah, it's wonderful. So if you want to find out more about me or about our retreats or anything that we do, I just invite you to go to yourinspiredstory.com. And then I just have one last thing to share with you. There's someone that I really, really adore. His name is Einstein. Anybody familiar?
Never heard of him, no.
When he was little, his father gave him a compass. And he was so fascinated because he could turn around in circles and do all these things, and there would be this thing called true north, right? And he knew in that moment that there must be something deeply hidden behind things. There must be something deeply hidden behind things. And that was a premise that Einstein took into every project and everything he did his entire life. And he would give credit to that thing that was deeply hidden. Each of you have a source of power. And it may feel like it's deeply hidden, but you are supported in getting your books, your stories, your songs, the soul essence of who you are out on paper. Whether it is deeply hidden or spoken of every day in your space, I promise you it is there. If you choose to be of service, it will come to you in greater force, because we are meant to lift one another. We are meant to be the ones who reached out. And I just want to thank Chantel and Shanna for providing such an event for us that we could do that for each other this whole day. And thank you for encouraging new leaders everywhere you both go. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Everyone's stomach's growling. Thank you. We've been so fed this morning. And I can just tell you, how many years ago did we meet? 10? Yeah, in Coronado. Yeah, at a wonderful event. It was so much fun. And that's where Gary was too, right? Was that where- yeah. But I knew that my life would be changed from her. And I just knew that that wasn't the only time I was going to meet her. We've been on quite a few adventures, and Heidi too. A few adventures. But anyway, we will thank you so much everyone who's participated today and all you guys for coming. We're gonna eat lunch. There are turkey sandwiches. I know what you guys just said. I think it starts with 3. It's 3 letters. I was thinking, oh yeah, I remember that. There are turkey, ham and cheese, turkey, and roast beef. Sandwiches are out there. Just grab one.
4 veggies.
Oh, 4 veggies. Also, if you're a veggie,
If any, because I just want to make sure.
who's veggie?
I'll eat a veggie.
Okay, if you have to have veggie, make sure that your veggie is there only 2 veggies? Okay, so the other 2 are up for grabs. 3, okay. So we have 1 veggie that if it's up for grabs, but the rest are out there. So we'll be back here at 1:30, and you're welcome to eat here. You can eat in there, wherever you want to eat. It's fine.
And take time to meet.
We just meet on Zoom. Yeah. I don't know if it's run out for you.
I'm gonna try.
My dad's a pilot, so. Well, he still is one, but not military anymore. Well, he still doesn't train. He's retired, like once in a while, he'll do something. You know how it goes. I will get 35.
Grab everyone water.
For that 30 minutes.
Yeah, I can shoot right now.
On top of that, I'll look out for the students who are teaming up together, living with the so I'm hoping I can like stir up some hands-on work.
Okay, welcome back.
Thank you.
The lunch was good. We were gonna do apple spice and then we realized that it was closed today. And Shannon called it like, oh, we're open on Saturday. Anyway, so I wanna I have another joke, you know, 'cause I like jokes. I used to write on my Facebook status all the time. I'd say, I'm gonna be signing books in Barnes and Noble. And then if you didn't scroll all the way down, it says, until security kicks me out for trespassing. So it was like, you got a book? And I'm like, keep scrolling down because I wrote a little extra underneath there. It's not, I'm not signing books because they're mine, just signing books.
By the way, speaking of Barnes and Noble, I was signing books the last 2 weeks at Barnes and Noble, and this wonderful Kaya, how you pronounce your name? Kaya. She was there with her dad, and they bought my books. I told her about the conference. She's here today.
Oh,
She has a wonderful book idea, and I really do hope this inspires you. Are you getting inspired, Kaya? Good.
I've got like probably over 10 to 12 pages of stuff I've written.
Oh, wow. Did someone look up the Winston Churchill quote?
Yes, I did.
Okay, oh,
Okay, there were a couple
Yeah.
people that raised their hands. Raise them high really fast. 1 and 2. Okay, these two.
what was it?
Tell us. Read it out loud.
Good thing it was two.
There was somebody whose hand was like,
Oh, right there.
Yeah.
I closed it down. But she wrote it down, so I'll give it to her.
Okay.
She actually wrote it.
Go for it. Tell us what it's, yeah. Loud and proud.
It says writing a book is an adventure. To begin with, it is a toy and an amusement. Then it becomes a mistress. Then it becomes a master. Then it becomes a tyrant. The last phase is just that as you are about to be reconciled to your servitude, you kill the monster and fling him to the public.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
He knew.
That is awesome. Okay, so without further ado, we will now welcome up here. I would say to the stage. This is the stage, right?
Yeah.
Welcome to the stage, Boyd, with Boyd Peterson Media. Now remember,
I'm Boyd Peterson. Don't worry about the big meeting. In fact, when I go to networking meetings, I just simply say, I'm Boyd Peterson, I do social media marketing. And people say, well, what's the company's name? And I said, does it really matter? It really matters what I do, not who I am or what the business is. And so that's one of the things I like to do. And it's something different. But I'm going to tell you a little bit about me so you'll understand why I'm up here, standing here talking, besides being a social media person. In fact, this has very little to do with being a social media person, what I'm going to talk about first. So first off, I got to get my thing to, oh, I know what I did. There. No, still not working. Technical difficulty still.
Bridget, what did you do?
Do you want me to?
There it goes. I got it. Sorry,
Want me to move the camera?
I don't move around as much as they did, so. Yeah, I was at one point going, you know, I'm leaving it right here. So that's all right. I mean, it's fun to have somebody working the audience, so thank you. And so let me first, this is my family. Okay, it's minus one person. We had a baby back in December, and this was last December that we had, not the one gone, but the one before that. So I have one more grandchild. And it's fun to do things with, because I love working with family. And you're going to hear more about why I love to work with family, with books, especially here in a little bit, because I'm going to talk about that. Now, who am I? So I love to be with my family. I love to, well, I have 6 kids and I now have 9 grandkids. I need to change that slide. So it's fun. My wife is from Ireland. That's why I asked where you were going in Ireland. So, and so I lived in Ireland for a while. In fact, I'm the only foreign photographer for the Irish Tourism Board ever. I did that 40 years ago. So, been a while. I love to write books. I've written 6 business books, 2 fiction books. This is one of my fiction books. There's the other one, and then this is a couple of my business books. Most of my books I do, most of my business books I do as downloads for people to get. So I don't actually print them. Although I have one of them, this one right here. This is a small version of a bigger book. And that one I do print up from time to time and give out at conferences that I'm teaching about how to start a business, because that's what it's all about. So I have them all about starting businesses, whether it's internet or a regular business, a brick and mortar. I have all kinds of other ones as well. But I enjoy more writing fiction, to be quite honest. And someday I am going to write the story of how I was adopted and how I found my birth mom and dad as well. And you know, we've talked, and we heard a little bit about something like that. And that's near and dear to my heart. I'm getting some other people to help with that, write their feelings. So let me first, let me finish this. I love to write about time and space fiction or space travel, mysteries and detectives. That's what I love to read as mostly. I've been married for 42 years and we're still going. So that's, oh, there's more here. Okay, so I am a serial entrepreneur. I started when I was 12 years old selling greeting cards door to door. And I actually won a big national prize when I was a Boy Scout doing that. So I've had several businesses, some failed, some succeeded. And that's like anything that you have. And when you're in the book publishing world, that you need to remember. Okay, some fail, some succeed. So I love helping others to succeed. I don't need to talk about that or the next one either. So, all right, we're going to go on. Let's get on with what we're going to talk about. So, how do you write books in incremental ways? And I'm going to tell you about some people, and including myself, how I've done this. Okay, so first off, I'm going to tell you about a book called Land Standing. Now, I brought lots of visual effects, and only these 3 are mine, but this one is Land Standing. This is the guy that inspired me to do one of the books that I wrote. And what this is he was writing for the newspaper industry in their magazine. And every article that he wrote, he kept a copy of it, and then he combined them all into a book when he was ready to retire from writing those articles. And so in here, there are 162 articles that he's written. Okay, put them all together. There's a few of them that he had to edit. Most of them, all he had to do was just put them in the book and they became chapters. Okay, yes.
Do they all, when you do something like that, should they all be on the same topic, or does he write about different topics and then compile?
So in this book, he talked about sales, and he talked about specifically sales in newspaper, but sometimes it was just about sales. I have given this book to people who are not in the newspaper industry, and they have done very well with the messages that he has. But most of it is about sales, and it's inspiring either sales managers or sales people to do better at their jobs. And that's what it was all about. If you want to see any of these books afterwards, you're welcome to take a look and see how they work. But Land Standing, 162 articles. It took him 7 years to write all those for the magazines that he was writing for. Okay, but he did it just one little article at a time. And if you look through this, they're usually about 2.5 pages each one. So you got this one, and there's the other half. So 2 pages and then a half. And then the next one is these 3 pages. And that's how it works. They're very short. Great. He put in some extra lessons at the end of each one of them to say, here's what you should have learned. Did you understand this principle? And that worked out really well. So now he does put stories in it, but most of it is practical things that you need to do. And you can do that too. And so if you're in that type of a field. Now, another one is Life and Laughter. I used to run the community newspapers in Salt Lake Valley. And when I sold them, we had 14 newspapers. And one of our writers for it was a lady named Perry Kinder. And she wrote Life and Laughter. It was a column, and she put them all in a book. When this is probably 4 or 5 years ago now, I don't remember. And she's still writing columns, and she says, I'll have a second volume probably next year. She's won lots of national competitions on her columns, and she became a best-selling author with this book. And it was just simply, she put them all together. It's just humor. Her humor is fun because, you talk about Park City during the Olympics. Yes, what better name for a place where all you can do is park before you can even get to it, right? And she talks all about that, because that's what, during the Olympics, that was what it was like. Okay, well, that is another compilation. So a compilation from something like that. Now, another one is another friend of mine. He did this, where'd it go? Right there. He did this in our newspaper as well. He wrote this emergency preparedness book. He wrote a column for our newspaper, and he compiled them all into this book. He's put out two volumes, thank you, updates, 2 updates of this since then. And sorry, well, they're just updates. They're not different versions. One of the other things, though, is 2 years ago when we had coronavirus and it was shutting everything down, he and I were talking, and he says, God, I got to write a new chapter now, don't I? I hadn't thought of pandemic. So but he hasn't written for me for quite a few years because he left when I sold the newspapers. And but he has done really well with this book. In fact, it's still one that sells very well on Amazon under that particular title. Now, of course, that's a little different than some of the ones we've talked about today. So I want to ask you real quick, a couple of questions. How many of you are writing biography type books, or have in your mind, you're going to be doing a biography type book? Okay. Sorry? Memoirs. Biography is still memoirs, or whatever you want to call it. It's still biography, either of someone else or of yourself. Okay, good. There's a fair bit. How many of you would consider doing business books? Okay, about the same. How many of you are thinking of fiction books? Okay, how about any other nonfiction type book? See, and several people are raising their hands 2 and 3 times. That's good. That's good. All right. This is important because these will work in any of them. One of the things that, this is a kind of a book that someone else mentioned, something like it. This person interviewed a whole bunch of different people, put them all together. And then when it became a big seller, they all became authors that were big seller, #1 best-selling authors as well. So that's one of the things you can do is get and talk to other people. Now, I have a friend of mine who she does a blog. It's just like writing in my newspaper. It's just like interviewing somebody else. She has this blog, and she was talking to me one day and she says, gee, I've got this blog. I've had all these things that I've talked about. Should I put it in a book? And I said, yeah. She says, why haven't you put yours in a book then? Okay, and while I was in the newspaper business, I wrote a blog every 2 weeks. And over the 12 years I was doing that, I think. So there's quite a few blogs. Well, I put them together in a book. And my first book that I put out was all about marketing. And it's a kind of a book that, it's a reference book. You don't try to read it cover to cover, but if you're thinking, ooh, I want to know more about social media, you go to the social media page or chapter, in that case, 3 chapters. You want to know about billboards? Oh, there's a chapter on that. You want to know about newspapers, about magazines, any of that. That was what that one was about. My next one was about running things or getting more business on Instagram. Anybody use Instagram? Okay, those who don't, why? Do you know that the #1 area for authors, the #1 social media site for authors is Instagram? Okay, Facebook is #2, but it's almost half of what Instagram is. Okay, now depending on what it is you're talking about, sometimes Pinterest is #2. How many have thought of Pinterest as where you put your books? So there's a lot of.
Tweeter on Twitter, do you?
Sorry?
You don't have to do the tweeter, right?
Twitter, yeah.
Twitter. You don't have to do that as a writer, right?
You don't have to, however, that's not usually #3 or 4. Yeah, so, and it depends on what your audience is going to be. Who is your audience? You know, we've had 2 different people talk about, you need to know who you're going to be talking to. And once you know who you're going to be talking to, you need to find out where they hang out on social media. And that's one of the things that I teach for my social media stuff. But I'm going to go on from there because I want to talk about poetry. We heard from one of our poets here. I brought a couple of his books too. Yeah, I got him before he was dead. And I got him free when I got something else of his. So, but that's okay. But what are they? They're poetry, right? How long did it take you to write those books?
To write the books?
Write them from first poem to the last poem.
Well, I've been writing since I was 14 years
See,
old.
okay. And you published them what, 10 years ago?
Oh, those were in the 80s and 90s.
Oh, okay. So I have a friend who he's been writing poetry since he was in high school. He's now 60. And he put out a book this thick of his poetry. Okay, now it's like he said, I don't know how many people are buying poetry books anymore, but you know, it took him a long time putting it together. You don't have to wait that long. I mean, here you've got 60 poems, about 60 poems in each one of these, and you put them out, and you can do a lot of different things with these. And so I like this hardbound one, by the way, so it's a good one too. I couldn't find mine at home, so yeah, that's the way it goes. Okay, but poetry, if you're doing poetry, this is a great one. And it doesn't matter if it takes you a week or 2 months or 10 years. You can just combine them all together and there you've got a book that you can put out. Okay. Now, I'm going to talk about one of my journey to becoming a #1 best-selling author on Amazon. Okay, I released my first. So this is the book that became the #1 best-selling book back in 2019. Okay, but it is a compilation of a whole bunch of stories. My first story that I released on Amazon was Tales of Bethlehem, but it was just a shepherd story, and there was 2 of them that I released. So I wrote and released Jeremiah, a shepherd story, And then I wrote in 2016 another one, and it's called Music for a King. And then I did Alexandria, or sorry, Prince of Alexandria. It's about a, you ever had a bad experience? This poor prince trying to get to see the baby Jesus had a really tough time. This is all historical fiction. All of these stories were written so that they all were about people who were around at the time of Christ's birth and how some things changed for them during that time. How they intertwined with each other, every one of these. And it's a fun, and so it's kind of fun. Well, I released that one, The Gladiator Merchant. And did I bring that one? No. I released that one. Now, that one I didn't print. I did print some of them. I did print others, and this one here, I had to print off on my black and white printer because I didn't have any copies left either. So but that's how it goes sometimes. But but in 2019, I became a #1 best-selling author because I combined all of these into one book, which was this one right here. And that's the one that I got. Now, here's the takeaway from this. You don't have to write all of your book at once. I released this one and I sell probably 200 or 300 of these a year at Christmas time. Because it's the shepherd story about the shepherd out in the field, seeing the angels, going to Bethlehem, a little bit more background story about him. And I still sell, it's only 99 cents. But I sell 200 or 300 of them. By the way, if you sell something for $1.99 or less, you get to keep a lot more of the profits than if you're above $2.
And is that on the
Yeah.
ebook, right?
That's an
Or-
ebook, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
On Amazon or where?
That's
do
on
you-
Amazon, okay? And so each of these I've released on there for 99 cents. And then if you get the full book, it's $2.99. Yeah, I don't make as much, but that's when I was able to get to being a #1 best-selling author. And it's because I combined, and there was actually 6 stories all together in that book. Okay, so it works out really well, and you don't have to do it all at once. Just write a little story at a time. Now that goes along with this one right here. Have any of you sat down with your kids and just made up a story to get them to go to bed, go to sleep, nephews, whatever it might be? And so, you know, this is a friend of mine, Carl Gundestrup, and he started telling a tale about a boy who was crippled. And he told his kids this story because he was trying to teach them a lesson about, you know, you've got to respect everyone, including those that are crippled or they're different than us. Okay, well, he started telling this story, and then every time they wanted him to continue, they wanted him to continue again and continue again until suddenly he had a whole book worth. So I put out the book. Now I actually don't have his book anymore, but this book turned into this type of a book that it has questions and things, and it teaches you things in it. This is a workbook that goes along with the actual book. And then he works in the Hollywood scene here in Utah. And, you know, like he helped with, can't even think of the name of it. Sorry? No, with High School Musical. He's done lots of different ones. But so he's a lighting engineer, but he got together with a couple of his friends who are sound engineers, and they created the audiobook with 6 or 8 different people playing the characters and speaking the parts, having the background sounds all the way through it and things like this. This book he sells still today. He's had it out for 12 years. And he sells, I don't know, 1,000 a year or so. Not a lot, but he has 9 other books out now, all from telling his kids stories. Okay, and here's what he did. Now this one he had to write down. The new ones, he records them while he tells his kids. Then he has them transcribed. Puts it all together and he's got a book. Isn't that an easy way to do it? Now, of course, it needs editing and some other things, but it works really well. Okay. So to give you an idea, well, there's Quetzalcoatl. It's one bedtime story at a time. I'm right now in the middle of doing that with my grandsons. Every time they come over to for a sleepover, Granddad, can you tell us more about the story about the boy with the silver sword? Yeah, I'm up to 4 chapters right now. Yeah, I've outlined it and I think I figured 12 chapters, so I'll get there. It may not be the end of this year, but that's okay. It's going a little at a time. That's the key to writing your books. Do it a little at a time and you'll get it done. Okay, you don't have to write it all at once. You know, there's some of these books that I'll tell you about in the next one that, okay. I told you all about that already. All right. Oh, yes, I want to tell you about this one. This is The Martian. Anybody seen this book? Anybody seen the movie, The Martian? Andy Weir in 2004 started a Facebook page. He then started, you know, he got a few of his friends to like it, and he started writing. He said, hey, I'm going to write a book, and it's going to be about an astronaut getting left on Mars when everybody else leaves. And they told a few friends. So he told a little bit of the story as he's getting it started, and he writes what he's going to put in the book. And a few people said, oh, what if you did this? What if you did that? What if you do this other? So he kept adding to it. Every 2 weeks, he would put another segment on Facebook. And he'd say, here's the next part. What do you think of this? Social media edited his book. Okay. Now, he's about this far into it, about halfway, and he gets this call from the head of NASA saying, we need to talk. I have a flight waiting for you at Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas. We need to talk.
Don't do it.
And he says, okay. He says, I didn't send people because this is going to be a good talk. Okay. He went down to the Kennedy Space Center and he got introduced to all kinds of engineers and people in the know of the things he was writing about. He said, you got so many things that are so good, but there's a couple things that we can help you figure out a little better.
Oh my gosh.
Then they sent him to Johnson Space Center, you know, over outside of Houston, and talked to him there. And then they sent him to the propulsion lab in California, which is about an hour from his own home, and said, you want to talk to these people about the scene in here that you've written about where the Voyager is at. And he does. When it was finished, he released it all on Facebook, the whole book. But you had to download it a chapter at a time because Facebook wouldn't let him download the whole thing. So a chapter at a time, but you could download every chapter. I don't know how many chapters are in it, but about 2 weeks after he started doing it, oh, by the way, his growth of his Facebook page kept getting bigger and bigger. And it was 2014 when he released the book. When did he start?
2004.
2004. Except for, it wasn't Facebook that he was on in 2004, but he had moved it to Facebook by then. It was Facebook didn't actually come out until 2006. But in 2014, 2 weeks after he released his book, a publisher calls him and said, we want to buy your book. We want to represent you. By the way, we think we might even have a movie deal if you come with us. How long does it take to write a book and be successful? Sometimes a long time. Sometimes just a short time. Now he's put out 2 additional books since then, and both of them have been #1 best-selling international. This one was #1 best-selling international 2 weeks after it came out. Because why? He had over 1 million followers on Facebook who bought this book. Right? Because they wanted it in their hand. Oh, I was one of those. But that's how you write a book. Okay? So I put my clicker down somewhere. I don't know, it's right here. It's hiding very well here. And so I was going to ask some questions, but I'm running out of things. Here are some things that you can do to have your people on Facebook tell you more about what they can do to help you. These are some cool things that you can do. And, you know, I'm going to tell you one last story, and then I've got to get on to my other section or I'm going to be late. One of the things I do is when I release one of my books, especially the one that was the one that's the Gladiator Merchant. I had 5 book covers that I was considering. And I had one that I really liked, but I put it out on Facebook and I did it 2 covers at a time. Which one do you like? And then when they'd say, and I made it so that all they had to do was A or B. But when they got finished saying A or B, I'd go back and say, why didn't you like B? Or what was better about A? And I got a conversation going with them. And I got lots of input. And then I put the next 2 up. And so C and D. And then the next one, I took A and E, because A was the winner of A and B, and put them together. And then the winner of that one went up against D, which was the winner of the second one. Do you know what? When I got that all ready to go, I had hundreds of people pre-ordering it because they helped me with the cover. Does that help a business or a book writer? I mean, how many book authors can sell over 400 books? In fact, I was reading a statistic that most authors, if they don't do it right, will sell less than 200 books in its entire book life. Okay, but if you do some things, and that's what I'm going to talk about next, you can make a difference. So let's go on to the next one. I'm going to bypass this because I'm doing both of them back to back. I didn't know I was going to be back to back when I put this together. So, okay, so you need a tribe, a following, and that's what you need, and that's what social media can do for you. Now you can do it in other ways, and I've heard a few people say that, but I'm going to tell you some ways that some people are doing it and how some people have stopped doing it. Okay, so let's go on. Okay, first off, I'm going to talk about Dan Brown. Anybody ever read a Dan Brown novel? Anybody seen one of the movies? Oh, come on. Everybody should have seen them. Okay, great movies, right? Dan Brown, while he is really researching any of his books, he will put things up. Right now, you can see photos of some of the things that he's seeing while he's investigating or researching his next book. But here's the thing, he'll never put anything up fact-wise that's going to be in his next book. He wants it always to be a surprise when you read the book. Now, as opposed to, we talked about Stephen King before. Now, up until a few years ago, Stephen King, he would just simply, hey, guess what I just found out? And he would release that and people, oh, this is cool, this is cool. And he would do this over and over and over. And when his books came out, what did he do? $17 million was probably one of his lowest books, I think. And so that's the thing. But now let me tell you some things with Stephen King. Now, I wrote an article about these 2 guys and a third guy, and they, I wrote it for a group on Facebook. And this group on Facebook didn't have any really big name people in it, but I was writing about, here's the different ways you can interact on social media and get people to follow you. So about 2 weeks after I do it, I get this message on Facebook from Stephen King. And he says, you know, I used to do that all the time. I don't know why I stopped doing that. I really ought to get back to doing it. Okay, now this was 5 years ago. 3 years ago, he pulled all of his social media down. Do you know why? He started getting people who would say, I sent you an idea. You used it. You owe me money. So he took it down so no one could ever do that. But he'd have to keep track of when he had the idea for a book that he was writing so that he could prove that he had that long before, because he takes a couple years before he brings out a book, several years in some cases. That Cemetery was, I think, 6 years that he came up with the idea to when it was released. But Pet Cemetery was one of them that somebody was trying to sue him over, because they had sent him an idea a year before his book came out, but he'd had it on the works a long time. So he pulled off all of this. So you can't find him there. There's fan pages there, and one that says Stephen King official site. It's not run by Stephen King though. So that is, there's some good and bad there. You got to be careful with that. If you become big, you got to be careful. Okay. Now with Dan Brown, he never accepts anybody to send him a message. That's how he eliminated that problem. Okay, and I've talked about Andy Weir and how he did things. That isn't, he keeps people informed. He keeps putting pieces. Now, he does have a publisher now, so he's not allowed to put all of the text that he's doing. But as he's putting things up, he'll put out snippets and say, hey, this is the idea that I've got. What do you guys think? This gets people excited for his book. Okay. There's a lot of other people who do things, and I'm going to show you some of those that are out there. So let's go with the first one. So ask fans for their opinions on things. Now, I was on one the other day and they were saying, what's the #1 bookstore that you buy books from? Now, he was in New York City and he says of the New York City bookstores. And he had several people say this one store. So his publicist called the bookstore and said, we understand you're the #1 bookstore that people want to buy his book from and would love to have him do a signing there. Would you like to have him there? The people who were saying anything in New York showed up and they ran through all of the books that they had. Is that what you want with a book like, you know, now he's a big author as well, but he had never sold that many books on opening day or at a book signing before. So it's getting your people involved and ask them some questions. Here's another one. Post your cover reveals. So when you take and you have the cover, then post it. Say, here's what the cover is going to look like. And people will send in their, oh my gosh, this is really good. Or, oh, I wish you had taken mine instead. Sorry, guys. This is not a democracy even. So, but in some cases it is. From mine, it was. Okay, show some props from it. Dan Brown does this too, but it's after the book is published. Then he'll show some props that he had put together for, now the movies especially, but even he had some pictures of some ancient books. Like he was in doing some research in Ireland, and he got permission to look at the Book of Kells. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. It's in Dublin at Phoenix College, and no one gets to touch it. However, once a day, a person goes in, opens the cabinet, turns it one page, puts the cabinet down. So over a 1.5 years time, you get to see all those pages. Well, he got to go in and he got to inspect it And they gave him on a thumb drive all of the pages photographed. And they said, anything else we can do for you? And of course, this is Dan Brown, and everybody knows Dan Brown. And, you know, when the Pope wants you to come and see the library they have, and no one else gets to see it other than the Cardinals, you know you become something big. But you know, that's what happens. And this is one of those things. He got to show them. Now, he wasn't allowed to post anything but the front cover and the back cover, which has never been seen, because they never turned the page to the back cover or the front cover. Was that cool? Okay, so here's another one. Run a live Q&A. Now, once you come out with your book, one of the best things you can do, especially if it's doing well, is a live Q&A. But sometimes you can even do that before, and people start asking you questions. No, sometimes you're gonna have to say, you're gonna have to get the book to read to find out more about that. But as you're researching something, if you're releasing information, people are going to start asking about that information and other information you find. This is dynamite stuff. She's shaking her head. Our editor's going, yeah, yes, yes, yes. Okay, here's some more. Maybe. Oh, it's got to go through all these graphics that I had. Thought they went before everything. Okay, update your fans on when you're going to be releasing your book. Tell them when you're going to be releasing it, and then update them. Hey, this has been sent off to the first editing. This is, oh, we just got it back. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of edits. Okay, it's just been sent off to the second editing. And go all the way through. Oh, I just saw the images for our front cover, our back cover, whatever it might have been. Tell them. People love to be in the know. Because they, hey, did you see? They love that. Okay, next one is share quotes from your book. Now, you can do that from your past book, as Dan Brown and some of the other authors do, or I've seen a few authors who are up and coming authors that are #1 bestsellers now. They're putting quotes in from this new book that people go, ooh, oh, if that's a quote in the book, I want to buy that book. So don't underestimate what a quote, just a quote from a book. And if you do several of them, it builds on itself. And you want to do that. Okay, next one. Discuss what got you to write this book. Oh, yes. I was, who was it? I was on one of their pages. I can't think of who it was now. I'll think of his name in a minute. He was writing about what made him write this particular book. It was completely out of what he normally writes about. And people were like, well, what caused you to do that? So he did a whole, here's why I did this. By the way, it was for his grandson. His grandson, have you ever thought of doing this? It's just, that's a clever idea. So that's why he wrote that book, was for his grandson. And he dedicated the book to his grandson. But he, you know, it's something that people are interested in. Why did you write this book? But if you're writing one that is your own, you know, biography or memoirs or anything like that, tell about the story beforehand. Let them know. You know, I think it was, I don't know who it was now. Too many good things we've heard today. When somebody is told you're just trying to make money off of your bad situation, tell them beforehand what's going on and why you're doing this. And it circumvents that a lot of times. You'll still get some of those naysayers, but if you do it up front, it'll be better. Okay, number 8, share good news by thanking others. You know, it's one thing to say, oh, I got this award for this. It's another thing to say, thank you to my editor, to my publisher, for helping me get this #1. I mean, thank you to them. It's a good way of tooting your own horn by celebrating with others and thanking somebody else who has helped you become who you are. You know, I saw Stephen King, when he was married at one time, one of the times, he thanked his wife. They were just going through divorce, and it was an ugly time in his life, and so he was thanking her for the divorce in a way. But but she took it as a compliment. He meant it as a compliment. But Stephen King has always got that. Let's turn that knife. Okay, so let's go. Come on, guys. Here we go. All right, show support for other authors. This is really big. If you have authors that you follow, talk about them. Talk about them big time, and let people know. One of the authors that I follow is Patterson. What's his first name?
James Patterson.
Yeah, him. Thank you. Everybody knows him. The most prolific writer in history is him. And it makes mainly because he uses ghostwriters. A lot of ghostwriters. But he puts their names on it so they get credit as well on the book. And that's a good thing for the ghostwriters as well as for him. But I met him one time and he says one of the best things I've ever done is I talk about other people's books. And so he says, the only person I won't talk about is Stephen King, because he always runs me down when I do it. But he says, I love everybody else. And so he actually does sometimes write about Stephen King and about anybody else that he happens to have read their book. Because he reads as many books as he puts out in a month. You know that he puts out 3 a month. He reads 3 a month and he puts out 3 a month. And he has to read every one of those books that somebody else has written for him. By the way, how his procedure is he gives them the whole outline, really gives them some, I want you to put this line in there. I want this dialogue in there. And then that's it. And I just ran out of time. So
No, you still have, well,
No,
I
you
started a
turn
bit
it.
late, you have half of this still.
Oh, okay. I was saying, this is going quick. Showing support for other authors really shows that you're not always about just yourself. And especially if they're authors that inspire you. Okay. Now there's a gentleman up in Boise that I read all the time, and his name is Jack Patterson. Although he's now changed his name to R.K. Patterson so that he's, because somebody said that he was too close to another Patterson. I don't understand. So, but I read it, and he has 6 series going at a time. I'm going, how do you keep them all straight? Well, I don't know how he does, but all the time I'm saying something about him, or there's several others that I read, either detective or time travel, or it's all kinds of things like that. I love to read about those things. And if they're inspiring me, I tell people about it. And that really helps. So, okay. Next one. Answers your fans frequently asked questions. I have people all the time say, oh, how do I write another blog? How do I write another something on social media? And I says, well, are people asking you questions? Yeah, but they're the same questions over and over. And I said, you're not answering them fully then. Go back and answer them and figure out what they're trying to really ask. Not the, skate through it. I want you to really go in and answer that question. And then you may get other people who just come back and ask the same question again. But you know what? If they're asking the question, it means there's people who want to know that again and again and again. And sometimes it changes from book to book to book, or from time to time to time, like coronavirus versus pre-virus. Okay, those are things. Answer those frequently asked questions. They give you the opportunity for them to ask you what to write about. Take them up on it. Do that. It's awesome to do. Okay. The next one is check in when you take a break. This is from an author in England that I follow. She's a science fiction type author, and she lives with 4 cats. She's divorced from her husband, and all she does is write and take care of cats. And so she said, she always is, you know, I'm gonna take a break and I'm gonna take the cats for a walk. I hate hurting cats. But you know, that's, and so, and then she'll come back and say, well, I'm back at it. I guess that was enough hurting for today, you know. But you know, she'll do that. And she doesn't do it every day or every week even, but she does that and it lightens the mood. It lets people know that she's really working up until the moment she left. And that she's writing the next novel. So these are things that really help people to connect with you. Last one here that I have, thank those that support you, such as your family, your friends, and your fans. Oh, and in the case of this lady, I was just telling you about her pets. Yeah, her calico cat inspires her somehow. I'm not quite sure how a space novel is inspired by a cat, but. Sorry? From outer space. That's true.
They're not from this world.
And we're their pets.
My cat's
All right. So, let me tell this to go on. It should be. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And this is my favorite. And we've kind of mentioned this before. Ask people to help you. You know, for many years, I was in sales. And I taught my salespeople, you know, hey, you get to that gatekeeper, and they just are absolutely, you're not getting through to the owner of the company. You're not getting to get you. If you ask for their help rather than ask for him or her, you're much more likely to be told how to get an appointment with them.
Are you the one that wrote that? Because as a sales rep, yes,
Yeah,
yeah, I got that message.
I wrote that back in 2004, 2003, something like that. And in fact, I wrote it for the same magazine that Brian Gay was writing for. And I did an article about cold calling and how to get past the gatekeeper. And so I did that. And it got picked up by several newspapers. I'm going, really? Newspapers care about that?
And it worked
It does.
much better.
All you have to do is say, hey, can you help me with something? I've been trying to get a hold of Brian Gay, and what's the best way to do that? You know him well. You know, people like to be asked to help. And if you do that, what are they going to do? They're going to do whatever they can. That's why on YouTube, if at the end of your YouTube channel video, always ask, can you invite some friends? Can you do me a favor? Can you invite some friends to subscribe? Watch this video, subscribe, and like us here. You know, you'll pick up more subscribers doing that than anything else you can do. Because people will take you up on the, will you help us? Okay. Any questions so far? Good, I'm going on. No, I am finished. So if you, do you have any questions on any of these real quick? So, no, yes.
How do you get people to the page?
Very good. So that's part of my other side of my business. So, but yes, there are many ways to get people to find your page. First thing is it drives me crazy. I get somebody who hires me and they say, I want my social media to really bring in more prospects than anything else. Well, great. I'm looking at it and they've got 3 followers on all of their sites. There's just 3 total. They're usually the employees. I'm going, okay, first thing we need to do is you need to share and ask your friends to follow your page. Then ask all of your employees to do the same. Oh, I don't want to do that. Tell me, do you really want business or not? You don't want your friends to know what you're doing? I'll give you an example of this. A few years ago, I was, I had just moved into a new area, and this chiropractor that I was working with had moved in at the same time, and I was talking, and I was running the newspaper, and I said, you need to put your picture in the newspaper with your ad. Oh, no, I don't want my picture in there. I don't want my picture in there. I said, yes, you want your picture in there. He says, no. I says, yes, you do, Chad. Get a picture. We're going to put it in next month. I'm going to leave a spot there. And if you don't bring me a picture, I'll put picture here. He got the message. He got me a picture. I put the picture in. Our newspaper came out on Thursday. He calls me up Friday about just before lunchtime. Says, boy, I had the funniest experience. I says, okay, what was that? He says, I'm down at the local gym. I had been working out, and I was in the shower, getting showered, and this guy walks up to me, and he says, "You're Chad, the chiropractor." Yeah. Yes. He says, I have a really bad back pain. Can I make an appointment? Sure. Do you have a card on you? Can I get one out of my locker over here? That's exactly what happened. He calls me on Monday. He says, this guy came in. I helped him. He's out of pain. He's already made 3 more other people come call me because I got him out of pain. Okay, so this is what goes on with anything social. If you can get somebody so they see you, let people know you're an author. Don't keep it a secret. Even if you're trying to be an author, let people know. By the way, my Facebook page is Boyd Time for my author side. You'll see that I don't do very well with posting to it between my books, but I just posted a couple times this week. But I have 200 and something followers, I believe, at least last time I checked. But it's going, every time I release a book, it goes up. Now you want to go to Instagram, it's under Boyd with an S on the end, because somebody else took my name. I should have signed it up when I signed up my Facebook, and I didn't. So it's Boyd's Time. And it doesn't have anybody on it because I just noticed it was not mine already. So, and I've been posting to my other, never mind. To get people to know and want you, then especially on Instagram, use hashtags. Okay, if you're writing something that is an adventure, hashtag adventure stories, hashtag adventure. Okay, put those hashtags in. If you're doing a romance novel, romance novelist, romance novel. By the way, the #1 hashtag for Instagram before coronavirus or COVID-19 was love. By the way, if you're doing a romance novel, wouldn't you want to use love? Yeah. Okay. So find the right hashtags for you. And now Facebook is using them. So are some of the others. Instagram is a little different how you do it, but you have to call me, I'll tell you how to do it, or I'll send you to my training that I do about how to use hashtags on Instagram. I mean, on Twitter. I meant Twitter. Instagram is the strongest for authors because of hashtags. And it really does pay off. Okay? Yes.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt. So I'm not a writer at all. I'm supporting my daughter, but I am a musician, and I've been professionally on tour, those things. But I learned a long time ago that nobody can sell yourself like you can sell yourself. And so the whole time you're talking, that's been in my head because, you know, I had tour managers, I had all kinds of people working for me, but those people could only take what work I did for myself and amplify it. So if I'm not doing it myself, if I wasn't every day trying to sell myself to somebody, they had nothing to amplify. So
Exactly. You can sell yourself better than anyone else. Now, I mentioned this back when they introduced me as one of the sponsors here. Getting internet reviews is really important for authors. Not just Amazon or anybody else get internet reviews. If you don't know how to get them, you need to have a Google My Business page and a Facebook page to do it. And you put those two together, turn on the reviews on Facebook if they're not on, make sure that you've set yourself up as a either a professional page. They keep changing the name on it. It's either business, professional, or there's one, sorry?
Public figure?
Well, it's not called public speaker. It's something that goes along with that. And so, but they keep changing the name of it. And so just get into that. It's something beyond your personal page. And you have to set up a business one. But get reviews and then have a website that you can put, let people know to go to and do some blogging there. That's one of the best things that authors can do. If you want to see Stephen King's work, you can go to his blog, which he does have. Just no social media. But his blog does talk about a lot of different things. He tells about when his books are coming out, what it's going to be about. And he occasionally even will blog about his life in New England. So, but it's fun. And put it together. All you have to have is a blog page if you want, but make sure when you do the blog page, it also has something that will bring in the internet reviews that you have, so that it will make it so that others are telling how wonderful of a writer you are. Because if you can say all you want, but until someone else says, hey, he did a great job. I've put out 12 lines of what I can do and how wonderful I am. Somebody says you did a great job, it far surpasses what I say. So do that. Okay. So, and answer your question. Oh, it was your question. Sorry. No, it was your question. He commented. Okay, we got this. All right. I think I'm done. Thank you very much. Oh, that's right. At least you didn't do it while I was talking.
I know, I was trying not to. Thank you, boys. Let's give one more round of applause. Good information. Who's taking tons of notes? Okay, so next up is Heidi. Ready?
Chantal, will you go get a copy of my phone?
Yeah.
Hi,
Hello.
okay, so,
Excuse me?
okay, so we're all exhausted, right? Like we're all half asleep, just kidding, this is the lunch thing. So I'll start off, I'll tell you a little bit about myself, but I also want to tell you like the craziest safari story I've ever experienced, okay? Is that okay? Because it's kind of like being an author and you're going after that holy grail of, oh my gosh, my book is going to do awesome, right? Okay. So some of you know, I run a humanitarian organization and I take people to Kenya, Africa on expeditions, and we do service and safari and culture and all of that fun stuff. And I've gone on 20 expeditions since 2015, taken over 260 people, and now I've delegated it, and now other people get to run teams and I just get to go and have fun. So
That's why we're doing it. Outsource.
right? So it's the middle of COVID. First of all, COVID started for me because I left the United States on March 10th, 2020. I landed in Kenya on March 11th, 2020. And then 2 days later, the world shut down and I was stuck in Kenya and ended up, and I'm going to write this book. It's one in my series, the very last flight out before they shut down the country for all flights for 13 weeks. It was totally and completely insane. And on that flight, they told us this flight will not leave the ground unless it is completely full. And we got to the airport and it was not full.
but the embassy bought out the plane because there were 9 embassy families, so we happened to get on that same flight. Okay, then 6 months later, I was like, I've got to go back to Kenya because I had, during the whole pandemic, hi guys, sorry, I totally forgot that that was there. We had built a house in Kenya, and so I needed to go and furnish it to get it ready for future teams. So I snuck in. I literally didn't tell people I was going. I was just like, I'm not gonna make a big deal out of this because I'm gonna get the haters and the lovers over this, so I'm just gonna go. But, so I snuck in, blitzed Nairobi, bought furniture with a Maasai warrior. Now imagine trying to buy furniture with a Maasai warrior. I was a little concerned. I was like, we had to furnish an entire house in 2 days. It was like we were running across the road playing chicken. And then I went on safari. And so there we were, and I was with our driver, David, and our friend Jacob. And I brought this crazy guy, Rob, with me. Like he came over and met me on that expedition. And so he's scrambling, trying to get his camera, and he had like all the dead batteries. How many of, like that totally happens, right? Of course, when like the epic safari shot, like National Geographic shot. So we pull up and there are these 7 lions hovering over a hole. We were like, oh, what's in the hole? And we could see these tusks poke up. We were like, oh, it's a warthog. And if you think that Pumbaa is exaggerated on The Lion King, he is not. Warthogs are the stupidest animals ever on the planet. And they will be running from a lion and be like, oh, what am I doing running? I'm gonna stop. And then the lion gets them. They are that dumb. So we're watching this warthog, and it's a big old thing. And its tusks come up and the lions scramble, and then it sinks back down. And all of a sudden it comes screaming out of the hole. It starts slicing the lions, slices 3 lions, one a big gash in the side, one across the eye, before the lion's taken down. And we are literally on this far, right? I'm in the Jeep, I'm on the left side of the Jeep. So there's a chair on the right side of the Jeep, and you're the lion. And we're just watching this. We're just like this. And David's got his camera going, and all of a sudden he goes, that is not enough warthog for 7 lions. And I'm looking at this lion, and just like Chantel is looking at me, this lion looks up at me with like blood dripping down its face. And I was like, go, 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 go. I'm gonna be dessert. You know, like it was just zeroed in on me. And so we took off, and I was like, and David's like, I have never seen 7 lions take down a warthog before.
Was it an open Jeep or a closed?
It was open. It was like the lion could just come right there. Yeah, and I was like, yeah, totally. I mean, I was like in the target, and those warriors, they've promised my mom I will never get eaten by a lion. So that's, you know.
You might get eaten by something else.
But not a lion, not a lion. That is sometimes how it feels when you're writing a book, right? Is that you're going after, I mean, Bridget gave us the stats. 1.5 million is nothing when you think of all the people who want to write books, right? And so that's how you sometimes feel when you're writing your book. You're like, oh my gosh, I'm going after a small group and there's not going to be enough. But how many of you have read multiple books? You've read a lot of books. You're not just like, I'm going to wait for that one book from that one author, and that's all I'm ever going to read. No, you read multiple books, right? Okay, so my first book, I actually released 2 days before I got on a plane to go to Kenya for the first time in 2015. Bridget remembers that. I went to Bridget's retreat, and then Jason Hewlett, if any of you know him, he was like, I really want you to write a book about balancing business and homeschooling at the same time. I was like, you're going to be like the only person that ever reads that book, but okay, I'll write that book for you. And he would pace my living room, and he edited it. I mean, it was so crazy because that would have cost me like $10,000 normally, and he just did it for free. And so I just wrote and wrote and wrote, and my mom's an editor, so that's handy. And then I released it 2 days before I left for Kenya, and it hit #1 on Amazon, because when you release a homeschool book
In the homeschooling category on a Tuesday, you have 0 competition. You can sell 3 books and it will hit number 1. Okay, that's strategy number 1 is timing. So write this down. Timing. It's not just the categories that you choose for Amazon, but it's the timing of when you do it. If you're writing a book on business, for the love, do not release it the same week as like Sheryl Sandberg. You know, I mean, that's not going to work. If you're trying to hit number 1 in a specific category, be deliberate on your timing. So when you're scheduling your due date, which I highly recommend that because you will never get it done unless you're up against those deadlines, like screaming in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
So that was number 1. Number 2 was in 2017, 2016, like that December. And I had a cold. And I was like, I am super annoyed that I have this cold. I have nothing to do, so I'm gonna write a book. So I put it out on Facebook and I said, if I wrote a book called The 12 Questions That Changed Everything, that just is kind of talking about my entrepreneur journey, and I gave it away for free, who would read it? And like 150 people commented. And I was like, crazy. Saved the post, wrote the book, and then said, okay, and sent the link. Now, this was not on Amazon to start. It was just a PDF. It was like 36 pages. But I was like, okay, here you go. Created a little landing page and got the emails of all of those people plus 250 others, captured their emails, sent them the book, and I went on to coach and make money from that. And I didn't even ever put it on Amazon. So sometimes you can just create a book and say who wants it and give it, and it's the loss leader, right? It just is how people get to know you. So that's strategy number 2. The third book I wrote with what are they called? The
Co-signer?
No, like a whole bunch of people write a book.
Oh,
Anthology.
Yeah.
I'm always like amalgamism, which isn't, I don't even think that's a word. I think
No.
that's I think I made that up. I don't know, I apologize. So I wrote one with several people, 25 people. And when you're writing an anthology like that, you have the power of numbers, right? With everybody bringing in their people. And that makes a huge difference when you're trying to go number 1 on Amazon, obviously, which will lead me to the 4th strategy. So if you are, oh my gosh, I don't know if I have a full book in me, pull a group of people together to write it with you and to launch it with you. You still hit number 1. I've hit number 1 3 times in different categories because of these collaborations. And then the 4th one. So this was like, when I first started going to Kenya, I had no idea what I was doing. And it was like my first year was really a colossal failure. It really was. I didn't know what I was doing. I was listening to everybody else tell me what I should do. And it was a flop. But I was like, I'm totally going to write a book after my first year, after I do all these cool things. And then it was like 6 years later that I was like, and let me tell you about how I failed before I succeeded. And so when I wrote my first book, which is My Maasai Name is Nempernat, this is a memoir. It's part of a series. I'm like not even close to starting book 2, but I know it's a series. When I wrote that, it was about my first 10 expeditions and the trials and the errors and the pitfalls and the successes and the oh my gosh and the heart-wrenching bleeding on the floor trying to figure out what I was doing. Why am I doing this? Why did I even do this in the first place? You know, it was like the culmination of the pain that I experienced. And the strategy that I used for it to go number 1 is the same strategy that I've used with the organization, which is called 100 Humanitarians, which was to find 100 people that would help me and to seek out 100 people. And that's the number 1 strategy I want to talk to you about, is the concept of the Dream 100. Have any of you heard of Dana Derrick's, like his book, Dream 100? He literally, it's his program and his book that launched kind of like all of the ClickFunnels gurus methods. He was kind of the foundation of that. And Dana and I have become buds on Facebook because you can meet anyone on Facebook, right? I mean,
That's right.
we are so close to our idols and so we became buds on Facebook and I said, I need to get this book out to the like 12 people who care about this, about my story. And he was like, let me talk to you about Dream 100 software. And I was like, oh, okay. So Dream 100 software overlays Facebook. It's a Chrome extension that overlays Facebook that allows you to customize and only bring in the feeds of the people that you're following and tracking so that you don't waste a ton of time over here. So you can categorize all your people. These are the people that are interested in going to Kenya. These are the people that are interested in building a website, because that's what I do also. These are the people who said they were interested in my book. So I can put it out there on that, I can put out that post that says, who wants to do this? And then take the people who comment and put them over into my Dream 100 software. And so when I launched my book, there it was, the people that I wanted to connect with and say, hey, my book's live, go buy it, right? Now, I had, and this is from the heart, y'all. And I was sitting there and I was listening to Hannah and I was like, I need to rewrite that book. Which is what we always do, right? So anytime we like go to a writing seminar after we have written a book, we're like, doing the walk of shame. This I wrote, I had the cover made on Fiverr. I had it formatted on Fiverr. I did Amazon print on demand. I was not looking to make money off of it. It's the book of authority of saying, yep, I did this. This was like my halfway point after I had taken 100 people to Kenya. So I was like, the organization is 100 humanitarians. Here's 100 people. There you go. But this Dream 100 concept of creating connections in order to sell your book is super powerful. So I recommend that before you're gearing up to launch, that you start to create that marketing and messaging campaign, that you start to say, like Boyd was talking about, that you start to say, hey, I'm launching my book. Will you look at this cover? What do you think about this cover? Hey, I would love to give bonuses to people who buy in the first 2 weeks. That's a big one. Getting other authors and saying, hey, do you have anything that like, hey, would you give your book, in conjunction with this launch? Getting the endorsements, sending it out to people for free, that 100-person list, and saying, can I send you my book for free and will you review it? And will you say really nice things on Amazon when you review it? Like ask for that and just say, don't make me look bad, right? These are the people that are kind of your low-hanging fruit that will really support you and help you in it. But doing that 6 months out, like I know you're writing your book and you think it's gonna be done in 3 months, but it's not. So just start now and start building that group of people who will support you in this. And that's what makes a difference on the other side. I have a good friend that wrote a book. I have a lot of friends that write books that are not very prolific on social media, and they'll say to me, well, when people read this book, and I'm like, my wonderful cousin is like, my book is going to change the world. And I'm like, yeah. How's that marketing campaign going? I mean, and he should know, but when people read, it's going to radically.
Those 14 people on Facebook are going to tell others.
Yeah,
I
I'm just like,
know it.
it's a marketing campaign. It really, you have to become a marketer, which means you have to start connecting with that purpose now. And so anyway, so my friend was just like, well, I wrote this book. How do I get it into people's hands? And I was like, well, you come to the Aspiring Authors Summit, or you go to the Inspired Writers Retreat. You go and you do these things and you learn these methods and then you do them. I run a nonprofit for 7 years, and I realized after my first year, I was like, if I don't learn what I'm doing, I'm going to hurt a lot of people worse than I've already hurt people. And I'm going to hurt Kenyans, and I'm going to do damage, and I need to learn what I'm doing. And so I went through so many different trainings, so many nonprofit trainings, so many Arbinger Institute for Nonprofits. I dug in deep so that I wouldn't make the same mistakes, and I learned from mentors. And so if this is what you really, really want, then don't compete with other lions. Well, hire a lion. Ha ha ha. How was that? Yeah. That was good. Wow, that just not even planned. So, I'm like, yeah, but don't compete with other lions, right? Just stay in your lane, focus on your stuff, connect with the people who need your story, connect with the people that you know you can help the most and support the most, and then offer them things, you know, like it is a marketing campaign, like Boyd said. So like I said, my story started with going to the Inspired Writers Retreat, which was so amazing. And it was so cool. Just to wrap this up for you, at that Writers Retreat was my very first drum circle. Yes, I know. And I love drum circles now. I mean, I even got sound certified because I love drum circles. But in that drum circle, I wasn't even thinking about going to Africa. I was like, no way, you know, there's like heat and dust and bugs in that country. Like, let's go to Ireland. And so
It only rains all the time.
And whatever, I'll take that. Rains in Kenya all the time too. But I had no desire to go to Africa. And in that drum circle, I literally just was like this. And all of a sudden I was transported to the savannah, where I was running full speed towards like pride of male lions. And as I was running, I jumped and they started to roar. And then I landed and the drums stopped and I just started sobbing, and I knew that I was going to Kenya. And that was what opened Kenya, was that drum circle. And what was so cool was the woman that came and did the drum circle. Her name's Katie Joe, if you guys know her. She came to Kenya with me last August, and it was 7 years since that retreat. And we did a drum circle in order to bring in that 7-year journey and to just dedicate it and open up a new journey. And that was right after I launched this book. And so this book, it's my heart and soul. It's not awesome. I'm not the best writer. I write how I speak. So it is kind of funny, and it takes about 45 minutes to read because because of that. But it is my heart and soul, and my story is really what I hope will change people and inspire them to do what they are motivated to do. And so thank you so much, and hopefully this has given you some ideas and some excitement about connecting with people to sell your story. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Heidi. All right, little box break, real fast. 15 minutes, and so we'll be back at 3:15, and then we're gonna do the panel.
And we're gonna do.
And raffles. Oh, we're gonna pass out raffle tickets too, so
And
fill
then
those out.
and then you guys can network or go ask others in the panel questions. Ask questions. It'll be a great opportunity. are, yeah.
Love your presentation.
Oh, good.
Good stuff. Oh, yeah. Really like that. Well, we'll make it through there. I come from the top.
That's it. Well, who is the perfect customer?
14 days ago, it's great. And then off the
No. Who is your perfect customer? You just give them two. Let's get closer. And over. Okay. Well, there is a difference. You can actually go into Amazon and look at the statistics on each of the categories. Go look at the categories that you want to be in and see. Well, not hashtags, I mean, the statistics, analytics.
Right.
You know, how many women, what's the age, and it'll give you the average age. You know, like one of the groups that have this on the venture that we went to, is 70% women. About 50% women, 40% women. And it was 25. That's the average age. Okay, so now I know exactly what rate. That's sort of like your message to the people. And now, if you can other people, when you talk to that one person, now you're gonna get an answer from them. Okay?
I'll try to write the part of it.
Writing those it was interesting the things I Jerusalem is a strong name. It's also where King David is family home that's why Joseph Oh, come on, we went way over there.
So I'm surprised that a traditional publisher hasn't like contacted you with the success you've had.
Not because it's Christian and not as strong Christian people, are the ones that are Christian that have it. Some of what I teach is, well, it's not LDS.
Right.
Some of the other authors that are LDS are using some of that stuff, and so it appealed to some of them. Like I had a Baptist publishing company.
Loved your presentation.
Hey, good job. Great
And
job.
thank you for all the work that you do.
Yeah, thank you for the work in putting this together. Thank you.
You always wonder, you're like, okay,
Yeah. Anyway, this one publishing company wanted to be the, they said, we need to change a lot of it. Well, why do you want it if you're changing it?
What do they want to change?
Well, so they want only 3 wise men, where historians from the day wrote there must have been between 40 and 60 groups of people who came to see Christ. They were not in a manger for more than the 1 night. They were there visiting the family home, and the manger was behind the family home.
I gotta read your stuff.
So, well, the
You're doing it
newest one-
historically accurate. Like you're
Oh,
really
it is.
digging in, and like I respect that. I appreciate that.
So the newest one is the innkeeper's wife. That one is a lot more about actually Bethlehem and some of its history. And that one I found a lot of information that I was able to put in. But some of the other things like the Prince of Alexandria, they came from Alexandria, Egypt, and came up. But they were 6 months or so after Christ's birth. So he was at least 6 months old.
Right.
They were living in a home already, not the family home. They were in another home. Because the first people who came were actually coming from Jerusalem, and they were there 2 days after. So I mean, it wasn't the people from the east probably came, 3 months, 2 months, 4 months. I don't know how long it took them to get there, but the Prince of Alexandria, we did a lot of research to figure out how many people came, what was it like, They had their own home at that point. The thing with that one is they had so many setbacks getting there that the night before they're going to be in Bethlehem, the star goes away. Oh no, how are we going to find it? Well, guess what they're doing? They and the gladiator merchant and the Holy Family and a couple of others that are in other stories all are headed south on that road. The merchant gets attacked, and Joseph and Bartholomew and
There you go.
Prince of Alexandria are on one side and these guys are on the other, and these guys are being
I'm always too
They
high.
both come in to help them.
In every
This guy
situation, I'm always
has turned his anti both of them until they step up, and no matter whether these robbers suddenly changes his heart. That's cool.
All right, I bumped up your Facebook to 266 followers,
Oh, is that okay? Good. So I
and
started
Instagram
that
is
one-
16.
I started that one the week before I became the first time I got the one book. And I actually, with that book, I got it on Friday and on Monday. I hit number 1 for both those days. Just because I kept pushing it for those. So it was 5 days that I did for both. Or we did it beforehand, but those 5 days were that. And I had quite a few. So 600 on the first day, which was Friday. For that category, because it was so close to Christmas,
Everyone
most
bought
of
it.
the others had already dropped off, but people were so
Right.
because everybody else, the Christmas story, Christmas box house and all of those, they had already launched it in October and November. Mine was on the 16th of December.
do you figure out like the best day to launch your book?
Well, that one's a tricky one. You have to look at this. Amazon's been taking some of the statistics down, so it's kind of hard to know. But figuring out who's going to be launching when and what books are you look at what's being pre-sold. What's going to ship. That's the big one. And because if you're putting it up so that it can be released on it, that way everyone else knows. They really look at it. And so I saw when each of the big people in that category were doing, they were all supporting. I was all by myself. And releasing that entire week. That's why I got it on Friday, but nobody else released anything. And the new releases always got the best traction.
What do you do at ABC News now? Like, what job?
No, that's mine.
Oh, that's Mike. Sorry, I get
That's okay.
mixed up a little bit.
So I do social media marketing and
Right.
reputation marketing.
Gotcha. So, aside from like networking with other people, talking to people, and inviting your friends, how do you create more tools for your page besides that avenue?
So you got to continually ask people to invite others. And I have learned from that when I'm going to be launching something in 5 or 6 months, that's when I start really ramping up, getting people involved. And this 266 will be 2,000 by the time I'm the end of summer, because of what I have planned to do. I also have a meeting bought books from me in the past. So I I think because I didn't post anything, they deactivated your account.
That's unfortunate.
All right,
But no, great talking to you.
good to talk to you. All right, let's see here. Let's turn this around.
Is there anyone that didn't get a raffle ticket?
I didn't. Am I supposed to?
You're not supposed to unless you want one.
Let's see. No, not quite enough. Nope.
Yeah.
So I'll have to, but then I can't be there. Well, then I won't be there.
Well, if we can pull that one, well, you should. At some point.
Or a hat or anything.
What's that? I'm not gonna check the
Do you need
score.
a volunteer?
I just did.
I don't wanna know.
I think they're losing.
I don't wanna know.
The score on what?
Great,
Oh, the
they're
Jazz. I'm a Suns fan,
I
so
have no
Sorry,
idea.
I spoiled you, like.
I grew up in Phoenix,
I know.
Oh, well, that explains a lot.
right? You can't be a Jazz fan if you grew up in Phoenix.
Good. Hey, I told you. You're welcome.
Enjoy. Yeah, no, let's do this first. 'Cause this is So,
We need one more chair, don't we?
all right,
What?
first one. Is this something that we're doing?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do this one first. This is cool. Who brought this?
I did.
Cool. This is the first one.
That was you.
Now I want
I
to take
forgot.
it. Wait, I want to take it. You're so cute, Chantal. This is cooler than what, I mean, because it looks all nice and stuff with a bow.
Well, if you notice, it's like
Mine's
tied like 10
boring.
times because it wouldn't, and it's still slippery
You gotta move.
because it still wouldn't, yeah, tight. Anyway, so that's the book by Kevin Hall Aspire. There's a coveted journal on there that there's not any left of. And then a Genshai coin. And Genshai means never treat anyone in a manner that makes them feel small, including yourself. And there's a little Genshai sticker in there too. Okay, drum roll.
No?
That's the one I think is over there. It's on the table, right?
That's the one we did. Oh my gosh, of course I pulled that. Okay.
It's only just bouncing up and down. There you go. I'm watching him just bounce up and straight up and down.
Kind of like. Okay. 052. Oh, wait, drum roll.
Oh.
And then- okay. Hey,
Alrighty, we'll do one of these. Okay. Oh, wait. Heidi gave me one.
There's
What did I
more.
give yours? Wait, there's more. It's not over here. Heidi gave me one too.
oh, it's right here.
Oh, that's why. Okay, we'll give this one away next, so we'll give my new one, Honor Up to Your Future. So if you have teens, this is the best book.
Okay, drum roll. 008. That's you.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. Okay, drum roll.
Okay.
016.
Must be
No one
present
wants
to win.
We need, come on, Canyon lovers.
Okay, ready?
Here we
Okay. One, all right, 044.
And you get a book.
Okay. Next, this one is a poem book.
Okay,
By
drum roll. 007.
The new 007.
The new
007.
007. Good call.
That's too funny. Okay, this one. Women's Guide to Living Your Dreams.
Okay, drum roll.
Author Shannon Beeman.
I love it. Okay, 051.
And the last thing is the chatterbox. That's the conversation jar that I
Oh,
was talking
yeah.
about.
Hey, drum roll. 0, huh? 13.
You know what? She already has my stuff.
Okay.
That is Joy. So I'll let Joy know.
That's me. Yeah.
Truth.
We ready?
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Is that my water? Oh, let's, no, I didn't, are we giving that?
You can say
Let's
that.
pull it.
Oh, you're giving that away?
Okay,
Oh, crap,
so.
I just put all the tickets in there.
Well, that's good though. 'Cause it's kind of
Oh, for everybody?
The
Okay.
grand prize, anybody can win.
Yeah, that's really good. And so you
Okay.
just pick stuff really
Yeah.
well. Okay, do you want to talk about what it is so that they know?
Yeah.
what it is?
Because it's kind of
Yes, do.
considerable.
Yes.
This is 50% off one of our Bear Lake retreats.
Awesome.
50% off. So for somebody that might.
I was going to say, we all need a ticket. too.
She's doing
Yes.
double whammy. Drum roll.
17.
117?
Oh.
That's mine, that was mine.
She's coming again.
Third time. That's my problem. I totally take responsibility 100%. Okay. 11.
You dropped it.
It does.
You're going on vacation?
Oh, and, okay, the next one is like 2 days after my 50th birthday, which is the 17th.
So you'll just need to get their parent.
That's a good
permission.
birthday
Yeah.
present.
That's a great one.
Yes, happy
Okay,
birthday.
so
Yes.
we are going to do the panel. We'll go for half hour. Half hour.
Yeah, we were gonna do it for a little bit longer, but we're not gonna keep you guys here any longer because it's been a pretty long day. So we think, since we all answered questions in our presentations.
And then they all have their tables. If you haven't been over to the other room, then everyone's gonna hang out over there for a good half hour and you can ask questions over there. So what we'll do is just, if you want to have a question, just raise your hand and we'll have you stand up and then you just say who you're gonna ask it to or who's it for. So who wants to go first?
I've got a bad dad joke.
Oh, yeah.
Here, no, it's fine. I gotta say it.
Okay, so here's the bad dad joke. This monk was seeking divine enlightenment. 3 days into his fast, he's staring in a bowl of margarine and he sees the face of Jesus. And he looks up to the heavens and says, I can't believe it's not Buddha.
It is bad.
Okay, go back to the question.
Dad. Joke.
If you guys don't have a question, I'll ask a question. So from each person, if you could give one tip to everyone here, just one, the best tip that you could give them that's really simple to talk about, what would it be?
Oh, gosh. One tip.
It's hard. If somebody else.
Well,
already
I
has
have two
theirs.
different things that I'm going.
Okay, you too then.
What?
You too.
Okay, so doing something a little at a time is much better than trying to eat the whole elephant at once.
Agreed.
Okay, and then on the other one is connect with people that know you and ask them to connect you to other people.
Nice.
You can use that on social media.
That's a good one.
My one tip is tenacity. It took me 2 years to get into Barnes and Noble. Okay, but I got in on my terms. I didn't get in on their terms. They wanted me to send all my book. I just wanted to do it just the Utah Barnes and Noble. I didn't want to go all over the country. I just wanted the Utah Barnes and Noble. And I said, I don't want to send them to Tennessee so you can send them back to Utah. There's got to be a better way to do it. It took me a while, but I got in it.
I would say, I would invite you all to be open to criticism. That it's very important to humble yourself and your writer's ego whenever you can, because there's always something new to learn and always another way to grow with your artistry. So be open to that.
I'll add to that. And remember, it's a journey, not a
Yep.
destination.
Very much. Yes.
Okay, so one thing that, because my stuff is not perfect, I tried to make it as perfect as I could. I believe it's very good. If you wait for perfection, then sometimes you will never publish your book. So it may not, there might be something in there that maybe you wanted to change because you wrote it 3 years ago. If you go back and start writing that, then you're gonna end up changing more stuff and you'll never get it published. So don't wait for perfection. Make it, I mean, if you want, editors are great. Make sure that you don't have spelling errors or grammatical errors. Make sure that it looks nice. But perfection, because your views are going to change on everything as you go along.
Wow. Everything they said.
I see.
I will, I like that because perfectionism is poison. I would also like to say, if you have a really deep story, to allow for what we call the deepening. What I like to call the deepening, because you think your book is about one thing and you write it the first time for you, and then all of a sudden, ooh, it becomes so much more, and it has a greater energy of attraction, but also a greater message. So if you want an expensive business card, you can do that. And I do believe that the artist has to set down the brush at some point. And perfectionism gets in my way a lot, but also trust the deepening, because there's usually something even greater there. Trust it.
In 2019, I went to Brendan Burchard's influencer event in San Diego, and Rachel Hollis spoke. And I don't know if you know, but Girl Wash Your Face was not her first book. And she brought up the fact, she was like, I wrote some really crappy books before Girl Wash Your Face. And then there was a crappy book between Girl Wash Your Face and the other one that she did, that I can't remember. Girl Stop Apologizing. So she had a crappy book. Does anyone remember her crappy book in between? No, because they just remember her two that, you know, went bestseller. And I just thought, I have to write some crappy books. Sometimes you just are going to write crappy books, and that's okay too, because in writing the crappy books, you will discover the one, as Bridget talked about, that is really the one that's supposed to have the biggest impact.
Look at Charles Dickens.
Yeah, and there used to be a time, just to catapult on that, because there used to be a time where, man, if your first book didn't do well, then traditional publishers were not going to look at you and everything else. Now they're like, oh, look, practice, you know, that you've gotten a bigger social media following. You got some practice. All right, let's go to town. So, yeah.
And you're also not reliant on a publisher accepting you. So we have so many other choices now.
What if you only have one book? Is that your crappy one?
You can make it that.
Write a bunch of crappy versions of it.
That's what I was, yeah, you can always write another book.
You can always say second edition of the same book.
And you can always, one book might always bring something else out in you that you may want to write about. Like, I hadn't planned on writing a second book when I planned on my book, until I found out that teens are suffering from, you know, not knowing what they're doing. So that just came about.
To comment, in response to your first book, your crappy book, aside from, you know, practice, editing, revision, sometimes you just might not be marketing it right. I think it was The Man in the Iron Mask that was released under a different name, and it did not sell that first batch. They changed the name, and we're talking about it now. So I don't know your situation. I don't know if it's just practice or maybe marketing, but just food for thought. And then my question for the experts here is
Unknown trips under pressure. Yeah.
you know, I feel like so I'm just a very blunt guy. I feel like a lot of us have great ideas or good ideas, but how do we make our idea excellent? How do we bring the writing to just the highest degree that it can be?
Passion. You have to have the passion for it, I think. And I think that if you have the passion for it and it exudes off the page, then it's gonna be good. I mean, you know, and you got to rewrite, like everybody's been saying, you know, it's just.
And don't try to compete with other lions. She's been known to do magic with both fiction and nonfiction. Even if you have one section, you'll be like, oh, yes, I can do this for the whole rest of my book.
And probably going along with passion, don't write about something because it's trendy and you think it will make money. You have to write from your heart. Like, you literally have to write from your heart, no matter if you think that it's crappy or not, right? So it's crappy a good word, because my daughter gets angry when I say it.
In
It
this
doesn't
context.
sound very good.
I think, when I was writing the first version of my book, I was kind of like, wah, wah, wah. This is super boring to read, and I lived it, and it's a cool story. I mean, how many people on this planet take 100 people to Kenya in like 2.5 years, right? And I was like, this needs to be epic. I mean, and I needed to look at it through the lens of not me, because as Bridget, I think, said, sometimes you're just like, oh no, it's nothing. I mean, I can acknowledge now it's a big freaking deal what we're doing. And I can acknowledge that, right? Because I'm 7 years in. But I also, when I was writing the story, I was trying to downplay it. I was trying to downplay my role. I was trying to downplay my experiences. Like, anyone can start a nonprofit and take 260 people to Kenya. No, that's not actually true, And so when you look at it through the lens of, if I were reading this story about somebody else, and take yourself out of it a little bit and be like, how epic can I make it for that person to inspire that person to their greatness, whatever that is. The kind of question that our organization asks is, what is the power of 100 people working on any project in the world to create positive change? If it's not Kenya, because not everybody wants to go to Kenya and build garden towers, what if it's like Ukraine? Or what if it is local? What if it's refugees locally? What if it's anything, right? Who are the other 99 people that care about that same cause that you would go after? So I had to look at it through a different lens of putting myself almost on a, like, if somebody didn't know me, looking at it from that lens, right? Like a Jane Goodall or something like that, and tell it as if it were that story. And then it got fun, because then I could be as like grandiose as I wanted to and as funny as I wanted to, because it was not for me, even though it's a memoir.
I would add something that I think Hannah said earlier, and that is not just be open to criticism and stuff, but be open to the universe and God. When I was working on that book that I mentioned called Finding Myself Alone, I was writing it as I was going through a divorce. I thought, okay, it needs to be written. Half the marriages end in divorce. We need to have a good book. And I kept putting it off and trying to figure it out and rewriting and yada, yada, yada. And I was messing around with it for years. And finally, one night I was laying in bed and it came to me, you don't have to write the whole book. Kind of like what Heidi said about one of her experiences. You don't have to write the whole book. You can collaborate with others. I was in the travel business. I was going on singles trips all the time. There were hundreds of people that would go on these singles trips with me. I just put it out there. I said, I'm working on the book. If you got a story you want to send in to me, let me know. I got stories from all kinds. So I have three different divisions in that book. One by people who've never been married, one from people who are divorced, and one by people who are widowed. Finding Myself Alone, it became a better book because I listened to what I felt inspired to do.
I also think that asking, somebody mentioned here that they put it out there and 100 people said they wanted to, yes, they would like that book. That's a good indicator. If 2 people or crickets or what's you're getting, probably don't.
Well, yeah, I've done that too, where I've said, if I wrote a book on this, would anyone be interested? And like 7 people said yes. And I'm like, not writing it. Okay, then. Not gonna do it. If 100 people say yes, absolutely, I'll go figure it out. I've never read that book, by the way. The book that I sent out for free, the 12 questions that changed everything, I've never read it. I wrote it, but I didn't read it. I didn't even edit it. I just put it out there. I don't have any, but I made a lot of money.
Stephen King says he never will read any of his own work.
Yeah, I just would, because that was one that was for other people, and I would have critiqued it too much, and I never would have done it. So I just sat down and wrote it in 6 hours, 12 chapters, and
Off it goes.
off it goes.
It can be really excruciating to read your writing.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, dude.
Because you get better with practice too. I like what you said about be open to God in the universe too.
Yeah.
when I was working on the Witness for Red, and I don't share this with every group, but met Rebecca, I was already working on another book. She started to share her story. 20 minutes, I was like, somebody has to write this book. 20 more minutes, it's like, I have to write this book. And so I made that commitment, just like you all made your commitment today. I made that commitment. I went out on my balcony. I was living in this teeny tiny house in Mountain Green. It was like 360 degrees of beautiful though on that porch, and I loved it. But I all of a sudden got this huge sense that that entire hill was filled with Rebecca's ancestors on both her mother's and her father's side, like all the way up and down the hill. I'd never had anything like that before ever in my life, and it was amazing. And then I told her about this kind of creepy guy that was walking around. I told her about a month later when we were working, and he had his hands behind his back. He was just walking around like this, you know, and he had glasses and everything. She's like, that was my polygamous husband. And I was like, oh, and he was just watching everybody and all the interactions that were going on. But their books have an energy. They have an energy of their own. They have and when you have a commitment and an intention, especially with your intention, like this book is intending to heal someone or to entertain or to do whatever, and you go forward with that intention, it's like, wow. Did you say someone had a?
Over there.
Can you share your writing habits on a daily basis and your inspiration we get?
Shannon, you better start this one.
I'll start that one. So yes, so mine wasn't necessarily daily inspiration, and I can't say that I'm a writer like Bridget is, right? She writes completely different types of stories than I do. So mine is really, my inspiration was all up front, and I had a reason for my book. So I just knew that I had a purpose to get it written. I knew what I needed to write in the beginning, and because it's just a self-help book, there was not any imagination that had to go into it, or a lot, or creativity. It was all just knowledge and stuff that I had taught in the past. And so I specifically just made the time to get up every single morning and write every morning for that 1 hour before I got ready to go to work, because that was the only time I had to write. And so that's how I made mine happen. But the type of book that I write is completely different than someone who has to sit down and write a novel or something like that.
I have to binge write like in a weekend where I will repeat myself through the whole dang thing. So I just have to sit down and be like, for word vomit and get the story out. And what I did with this book was I like word vomited, told all these stories. You should have seen the first draft. We were bouncing back and forth. It was like flashbacks. It was all this stuff. My mom read the first draft. She was like, what the hell are you doing? You know, like, I can't even track this story. And I'm like, should I do an outline? She's like, start there, you know? So then I did an outline, and then I rearranged all the stories. And then I went through and rewrote them. But that binge was to get it all out. You know, it was, and it does depend on the type of book that you're writing, because that wasn't the case with my book on balancing business and homeschool. But that was the case on the story and on the memoir. And so, so I think it's the type of book that you're writing. But for me, if I get in that writing mode, I just have to go as long as possible. I can't do it an hour at a time at 4 a.m. There's no way.
Yeah, completely different type of book.
I'm really fortunate. I just recycle stuff. So I wrote a bunch of poems. Both of these books, this one that just came out a couple months ago and this one that came out 3 years ago, I wrote when I was a teenager. They're just both poems. That's all they are, you know? And so I hung on to my poems because when I was 14 years old, I went to see the stage play Man of La Mancha, and he had a book of poems. And I thought, that's pretty cool. I'll start putting all my poems in just a loose book, and it's about that thick now. and I can just go recycle poems every once in a while. So it's pretty easy for me to do that. I have some stories that I've written too, and I'll recycle those once in a while too. Go back and try to finish them off, but just write. I mean, the whole deal is when you feel like writing, or even when you don't feel like writing, just write. Sometimes I just say, I haven't written a poem for a while. Okay, Sunday afternoon, I'm gonna write a poem. And, I write a poem. Or the story.
I don't do it daily, but I do set up times to do either, with me, I work things out in my head long before I put it into an outline and then into the actual story. But by the time I'm ready to write the outline, I know all the chapters, I know what's going to happen. The key that I find for me is I've got to know the beginning and the end and how you get from the beginning to the end. That's sometimes the hardest part of writing any book. And that doesn't matter whether it's a memoir or a business book or a fiction book. You've got to know where you're going to start, where you're going to end, and how to go from the front to the back. And so once I do that, then I sit down and write it all out. And write down the basic story idea and write out here's the chapters, and then I can start filling them in. And I write them one at a time, one chapter at a time. And I usually spend an hour, probably 3 times a week writing. And at one point I actually worked for someone for a few months, and they gave you a half-hour lunch, and I went to him and I said, I want an hour lunch. He said, what? Everybody wants to get out of here faster. Why do you want an hour lunch? I said, I want to be able to sit down and write, because by the time I sit down for a half hour, 10 minutes of eating, I'm only getting 15 minutes of writing time. So I took an hour lunch, and I wrote one of my business books that way. And did it in about 6 weeks. And it's about 220 pages. So, but you just have to be disciplined to do it. That's the key, is have a discipline of whatever works for you.
And to recognize that different times of your life, you're gonna have different situations. You got little ones running around at home, 4 o'clock in the morning might be the only time.
Yeah.
Or midnight, right? And Witness War Red was 4 o'clock every morning. We'd both get up and I would interview her from 4:30 until we had to get our kids off to school. And I had like a 1,000,000-word outline. But anyway, and we were trying to write it while the trials in Texas were still going on. So that was a little bit crazy, but that discipline every day was really good. And the better done than perfect was really good. The last several years, like especially with COVID, my whole business used to be all event oriented, live events, and then some online coaching, and then COVID hit. So I had to revamp my entire business. So what I discovered is what a lot of our students discover is like, okay, here's a 12-week class. I'll get feedback every single week. So if I set a deadline for myself and I have to have something and I tell somebody I'm going to have it, and then it's by this time, I'll get it done, even with a busy schedule. So you train your brain. So especially if you can develop a routine, like sit down in my chair, I have my hot tea, I turn on a certain kind of music, and my brain goes, oh, it's time to write. And I pull up what I was working on before, and here's another thing, because you have left brain and right brain, and they start to fight, and your left brain wants to take over and edit what you already wrote. And so I am now putting like a black line across, and I'm just like, I read that last paragraph, and then I start. And then I'll let Hannah edit, or I'll go back and do some rewriting later, but to get it done.
And that is a good thing, so many people, they want to read the last chapter or they're reading up to where they are. Well, by the time you get up there, oh, wait, writing time's over. So only read the last paragraph and see where you need to go from there. Because it'll trigger enough of it that you can rewrite, or you can write beyond.
Yeah.
And it's also okay to accept that there are days where the writing is just not going to happen. You want to challenge yourself, right? To stick to that schedule. You want to be able to rise to that challenge so you get the project done. But if it gets to the point where it's painful and all you're doing is beating yourself up, it's not meant to happen. Or what you're trying to write about at that particular time is not meant to come out at that time. So try and switch to something else. And Bridget mentioning the different sides of your brain. So if you're trying to outline and your brain is just not telling you the order of this chapter, the flow of this character arc, or what you want to do, then why don't you sit down and just write something on the right side of your brain instead? Think about something descriptive. Tell me every single thing about what your mother looked like, or tell me all about your childhood home, or tell me exactly what the religion is in this country or this kingdom that you're building in your story. And you can let your brain be able to adjust to something new, and you're not getting down on yourself. You're not beating yourself up for saying, oh, I couldn't do that, so I should just quit. There's too many people that are too hard on themselves when they're in that process. It's okay to let it go if you have to.
And I have one last thing just on that, and Bridget has said this a few times, and this is really important, but if you don't have a deadline, you won't get it done. But how I got my first book done and making myself get up every morning and do that is because I had a event that I had to have my book done for. So I had to have it done. So if I had to write more than an hour, I'd come home at night and do it. If I had to have it proof, like my husband read it 100 times, probably hasn't memorized. So anyway, that's how I got my first book done. My second book, I have a goal by November to have some specific things done, because I have an event, a big event that I'm going to have some specific things done by. But that is one of the key factors in order to get something done. Have that deadline and don't push it out. Like, have something that's going to make you get it done.
I'd also like to add, we take so many different personality tests and stuff like that, and that factors into how you write. I mean, I'm like an obvious extrovert, ideas all the time. On the DISC profile, I'm like a high I with no other letters anywhere near at all. And so recognizing that that is how I operate, it helps me to know how to hire out the rest of it. Like, I'm not going to try and ever edit my own book. So I'm like, when do you use a semicolon? I have no idea. Right. I mean, like, I really don't. I mean, my mom says I overuse commas. So, so knowing where your weaknesses are in the writing process, I think is really important as well. And if you're like, there is no way that I'm going to start connecting with people on social media to do this, then you know that you need somebody who can help you with marketing. So you hire that piece out, you hire out the editing piece. I mean, nobody should edit their own book ever. That's just dumb. You hire out the piece where you have people read it that love you and that can give you suggestions and ideas and stuff like that. So that's for me with my personality. I would say with Shanna, it would probably be more like, oh, I need to work with somebody who is going to like bring out the ideas and the stories and the kind of,
I would need that.
like, fun of it. Right. So look at that as well. I think you were talking about being in a writer's group. Make sure that if you're joining a writer's group, that you're engaging all of those personalities too, to support you.
And don't have thick skin, right? If you're in a writer's group.
Yes, it's true. Anybody ever had that kind of a thing happen? You get in a writer's group and all of a sudden, everybody's criticizing everybody else because they almost want to hold you back. Time to move on to another group. It is.
Don't ever let anyone hold you back
No,
from your dreams.
I did it.
The lesson that is the proposal, the movie, The Proposal. Have you watched that?
Not lately.
It's been a while.
Because the fellow was held back for years, and then I won't spoil it for you, but.
It's on Netflix right now. I'm just saying.
It's on everything right now. It's like on TNT right now.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's a good example of don't let people hold you back.
Have to watch it.
There's not about a writer, there's someone holding it back.
That's right.
One of my dear friends who did that drum circle, she has a little writers group south of here. And she had done some research, and there were two groups of women in the early 1900s that decided they were getting together and that they were going to become really great authors. And the first group said, okay, we're going to tear each other apart, and we're going to, like, you know, whatever is not good, we're going to let you know so that we'll build you up and get you better. And the other group said, we're going to give positive. This is what I love. Oh, more of that. Oh, yes, this is exquisite. I really enjoy that. The two groups at the end of the day, this group, no best-selling authors, no authors. This group, many of them well-known authors, and those were women in a time when a lot of women weren't. So I think that's extraordinary.
There's a great TED Talk about that very thing. It's called Super Chicken. You've got to watch this TED Talk called Super Chicken. And I can't remember who it's by, but it is about that very same principle. So,
You can also apply that to family and raising children.
Yeah.
Because it definitely makes.
Would you repeat the name of that, podcast?
TED Talk. It's a TED Talk called
Yeah, I know, but what is the name of it?
Super Chicken.
Chicken, okay.
And I apologize, I can't remember the name of the lady that gave the talk, but it's my favorite TED Talk of all time. It really is. It's a short one, it's like 15 minutes, 10 or 15 minutes.
Well, that's all in for. Up to 18 minutes.
I've watched some that seem to go on forever.
Yeah. It depends on the subject.
Any other questions?
Any other? I think this was great. Wonderful.
If you guys can leave some reviews, I sent out like driving instructions to get here, just respond to my email or something like that, and then I'll go ahead and send them out to everybody here, and we can use them for our next author summit and stuff. Just, yeah, if you want to give us like a testimonial. The PowerPoints, that'll be perfect. I can do that as well.
So, and one of the things that I would recommend is write something about each of the people, what you learned from each of them, so that it means something to everyone. And if you didn't learn anything from someone, yeah, you'll skip them.
And I can copy
You're all
everybody
writers.
in on the email from here so that they can, when you respond, they can see all the responses as well.
We really want to build this, and the first time we did it, we actually did it in Larry Miller Auditorium when we had a packed house, and there was some people there from the Writers Forum, or what, I think it was the Writers Forum, I can't remember, but anyway, they said this was the best day, even better than the Writers Forum, and that kind of gave us our, well, not kind of, it did give us our momentum, and that's what we did a couple after that. So we really want to build this, get it going again. Yeah.
I have two questions.
Yeah.
My first question, would it be inappropriate to encourage, like, I talked to so many people here, they don't have a page I can follow, their book's not out yet, they're not done writing it. Would it be inappropriate to encourage people as like you get published or you self-publish, you think it's for sale on Amazon or whatever, for people to reply all so I can support your things?
Is there anybody opposed to anyone having your email address in this group? Because if there's no one opposed, then I don't need to BCC anything, and then everybody has everyone's email addresses. You can also join the Aspiring Author Summit group on Facebook.
That's a good
Yeah,
way
we
of
have a
doing it.
page up there, and it's private, it's a private page, so. yeah.
I think that what would be cool is to have a post like, you know, once a month or something like that, to say, okay, do any of you have books coming out? Who can we help promote?
Awesome.
So that group becomes a promotion group out as well, you know? Be great.
And if
We wanna
anybody
support
wants
all
to
of you.
see, yeah, everybody. If anybody wants to see a best-selling launch on the day of From the Inside Out, we have a special private Facebook group that we're doing for Gary's book. And it may surprise you, some of the people who are on it, but we only want really committed people. So I've talked to a small group of our authors who are getting ready to launch so that they can see it from the inside and what a best-selling campaign might look like. But if you would like that, please be sure to talk to me or Hannah, and then we'll get you in on that Facebook group. So, but we would need you present like early morning on the 12th. But it's kind of cool to see when something happens too.
What did-
But I also on our pages, we love to share when someone's book comes out. We love to, I mean, authors helping authors is a huge thing.
Yep.
And it's an inspired circle. It's an important thing to do with each other.
And next time when we do this, we've talked about, we're gonna have like a book fair too, hooked onto it. So we'll have everyone bring their books and have tables. We can set them, if we do it here or wherever we do it, we can have tables everywhere and everyone can sell their books as well. So if you do write a book, we want you as part of our group and in that for sure.
That was my second
So you just found another family. is what
Yeah,
that is.
so then, and they wouldn't be, we'd still have the like presenters,
Mhm.
but the book fair would be authors.
Yeah.
That was my second question, is what can we look forward to on the next writing summit?
Yeah, well, and you know what, if you guys have any feedback, whether,
Yeah,
I mean,
ideas.
criticism, whatever you have, we would love to hear it, because, it's been a while since we've done this, since we've really done
Yeah.
anything, any of
How
us.
often will you have these summits?
Maybe
We'll have
twice
as
a
often
year.
as we can, if people wanna come. Yeah, I'd
Chantal.
have one every month if we could. Yeah, so if you guys tell us if you wanna come, bring your friends.
We're
Oh,
thinking,
I'm events are us, I love doing events like this.
we're thinking twice a year, but who knows?
And you know, we can even do small things, like if you guys want to meet as writers, for accountability, I mean, whatever ideas you have, I love, and I know Shannon does too. I love ideas. Anything you want to do or create, just events, I love putting things together, and so does Shannon, and we really want to grow this and just become a support for all of you guys and a support for us. And so, yeah, whatever feedback you guys have or different things you think that
And
you
that
would like
want
to do, let
learn,
us know.
right.
Yeah, write down things you want to know.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then next
question.
time we can do it, because we, like, the presenters, we can always make sure that we have additional presenters, we can, there's, you know, and we can shorten some of ours, or maybe I would speak on self-publishing if that wasn't helpful, or whatever, but Bridget,
No, that's
she's
evil.
always,
We can have a
she's
networking
always
group,
the
like,
best, yeah.
one, you know, every
She always
other
has
week
great
or whatever.
presentations.
Sure.
What, Bridget, what was your 12-week course again? What's the name of it, the website?
It's under Your Inspired Story.
Your, okay.
And do you have cards on the table that show that?
I have cards that
Yeah.
show the writer's retreat and the yourinspiredstory.com.
And I have
Okay,
Okay.
perfect.
And so you could walk in there and get it, yeah, if you didn't.
Thank you.
Aspiring Authors Summit.
It's the
This is
same,
not a
yeah, it's
group,
the
not the
same,
event one.
yeah, it's a group, so make sure that you go to the group. You can just request to be
So what's
To
the-
join?
So what's the group?
Aspiring Author Summit.
Isn't it in the email? In this?
I think you have to put that,
It
the
might be.
Aspiring Authors Summit.
You know what, I can invite you, Elizabeth. I'll just get on and, yeah,
It's a group.
it's a private group, yeah.
Aspiring Authors Summit.
And if you want to go to Kenya, I'm going to talk Bridget into doing a writer's retreat in Kenya, just to let you know.
So all of
And her
that,
know.
yeah,
And my son, who we went last time and we
Yeah.
had a meet, it was life changing for him.
It was really fun.
and
That
we'll
was one of
post
my
that
favorite
kind of
trips.
stuff on the group, like
Yeah.
always. So
I
if
think
you're,
anyone can post in there, can't they?
yeah, anyone that's a member.
We have a
can
guy
post
that
in
posts in
there.
there all the time. In fact, he's
Yeah.
been running our group.
Yeah, for the last 8 years.
Like, who is this man? I don't know.
Somebody from New York.
I thought she knew him, she thought I knew him, he posts all the time, and it's good stuff, like, it's nothing bad, he posts
Yeah.
like excellent stuff, and so
So you're like, okay.
he's been running our page for years.
For
I
real?
know he is.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's like, sorry, we're AWOL for a minute. Military term, I think.
Can I ask you guys, will you, through round of applause, would you tell Chantal and Shanna how this is meant to be?
It's so nice to get out again.
Yeah.
You know,
And people. So again, we thank you for coming. If you ever are interested in renting the building, let me know. I also forgot to tell you, as Maria was leaving, she's like, this is so pretty, because I almost did a wedding for was it your son or daughter? I can't remember.
It was my niece.
Your niece.
Yeah, and then they ran off to Las Vegas, so.
We've actually had weddings here, and I've actually officiated quite a few up in the little garden area up front. So we've actually done weddings here too. Yeah.
Like
and,
4 weddings
They
and a
can have
funeral.
dinners here, so again, you know. if you guys are interested,
And Chantel can marry you.
Yeah, I can marry you, I can bury you.
But not with your book inside you.
What? You'll be like, But yeah, I actually, appreciate a lot of females too.
That's
They're tough about though. Yeah,
I've
that's a
got
bad thing, though, very.
I've got a couple of events. Is that okay if I mention a couple of events you guys might be interested in?
Yeah, oh, for
I
sure.
have a marketing summit coming up on the 5th of May. Yes, that's Cinco de Mayo. But it's from 1 to 4, and it's just a bunch of marketers and salespeople who are teaching you more about marketing. And so I'll be teaching about social media and reputation. I have another person talking about how to create content, whether it be for your social media or your website. We have a person who's going to be talking about how to get your website up and running and making it so it draws more people to your social media even. And we have a person who's going to be talking about sales and how to do sales. Of course, that may not be of interest to you guys, so skip the last hour. You'll miss him. I've got one more spot and I can't think of what they're doing.
His
Is it
stuff is usually,
virtual?
his stuff is usually really good too.
Is it virtual?
It
or-
is a virtual thing,
So he can,
and so you can watch it from anywhere. You can come and go as you want, and we'll put out the schedule that we're putting the schedule out on Tuesday, so you can check. And then on June 8th, from 2 to 4:30, I've got a class that's being taught by a professional speaking group called Speak Up. You guys know about that, don't you? No, maybe not. Speak Up is a professional speaking group here in Salt Lake that they help people who want to learn how to speak in front of people better. And eventually, if they want to become professional speakers, they can teach them how to do that as well. But the 2.5-hour class gets you in, and it's an interactive class. There is a charge for that one. There isn't for the other one, but it's like $35 to go to the one that's 2.5 hours long, and taught by a really dynamic guy that he just has too much energy.
You'll learn how to speak more gooder.
Yeah, more good. Sorry?
Is that like Toastmasters?
No, because with Toastmaster, this is going to be him teaching you, and then he's going to have a few people come up and implement some of that kind of stuff. And so, and it is a much more professional. He used to run Toastmasters in an area in Salt Lake as well, but he and his group of others that are professional speakers are teaching these classes to help people so that they'll speak better in front of people. So whether it's a 10-minute presentation or a half hour in front of a group of people, you'll learn how to do that. And it's really a good class.
Awesome.
I might have missed it, but where do we go to sign up?
Okay, so if you want to know about them, go to my site, bpmedia.com. And then when you get there, go to the seminars tab and it'll have it there. Now, I don't know that they're up yet because we were just finalizing the schedule on both of them. So, but by Tuesday afternoon, they'll probably both be up.
And it's called Speak Up.
That one is actually Speaker Magic is the name of the, it's put on by Speak Up, which is the group, but it's Speaker's Magic, Speaking Magic, or Speaker Magic, I don't remember. So
What is
something
the
magic.
media? What is the media one?
And that one's the
BP.
B is in
Big
big
picture.
picture. BP stands for Big Picture Media.com. And if you need my card, they're in there, or I have them with me, so you're welcome to grab one. And then just click on the seminars tab there. And it'll show all the other classes that we have. Like this Tuesday, we're teaching about TikTok. Is that right for your business? Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
Any more questions? Yeah, let's take pictures.
Well, you need pictures of them too.
Yeah.
we want everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it will just say before he gets it up.
So there's a minister, a priest, and a rabbit walk into a bar. And the bartender says to the rabbit, "What do you have?" And the rabbit